Building Committee. Thank you so much for coming tonight.
Let's go. All right. See ya. Nice team.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for being here. Before you get started, if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourselves and what part of the project you represent.
Sure, I'm Michael Parent, Chief Estimator with Gilbane Building Company. We're the construction manager for the project.
And I'm Amar Shamas, Senior Project Executive with Gilbane Building Company in charge of the project.
Jesse Bose with BL Company for the architects and engineers for the projects.
Mark Schweitzer with Colliers for the OPM on the job.
I'm Jeff Caldenzi, I'm the chairman of the building committee.
Okay, who's gonna kick us off?
I guess I can. So as far as the update goes, I did want to do a quick shout out. The board is new relatively. I did want to thank the Joe Valley and Rodney Van Husen for their time. We meet quite frequently, so it's quite a commitment of time for everybody. I also want to thank everybody on the construction team. They've been doing a tremendous job. Project's been going very, very well. From a budget standpoint, building standpoint, I think from the feedback from the principals and everything else, all feedback's been very positive. So it's been a pleasure to be on the committee, right? There's been no problems to deal with yet. From a phase one perspective, the project is on target, on budget. I don't think I need to go over what phase one is. You guys are all aware of that, so we won't do time on that part of it. We did stop construction in August to allow the cleanup, positive opening day. We're going back at it soon in September with more demolition. That's been moved up from the October date. That's to keep things moving along. All the principals signed up on that. Figuring a date. We are on schedule for the first part. Phase one is complete. We're on track for. I didn't name it, but there's phase two of phase one, but the part two. So the summer work. I know I said that too. There was asbestos found during the original demolition, so that just be aware that's all been remediated. From the part two perspective, the demolition starting in September, October. The construction is still targeted to be done in the spring of 2025. The security.
Just because I don't think we should assume if anyone in the public is listening to this, that they know all the sites. So I actually think it might be helpful if you name them, sorry.
So phase one is made up of the three schools of Fairfield Woods Middle, Osborne Hill, and North Stratfield, and there's a little bit of Fitzgerald being worked on as well. The schools have North Stratfield is HVAC upgrades. There's a new roof and a security vestibule that's part of the building committee's purview. Fairfield Woods Middle School has HVAC upgrades and security vestibule as well. And Osborne Hill is also HVAC upgrade and the security vestibule. The security vestibule construction is going to be starting this summer, so that'll be running through the summer of June through August of, next summer, June of August of 2025. The second half of the North Stratfield roof will also be over that summer as well. There's some long lead items, so they take a long time from being spec'd out, ordered, and delivered. So those are pushing things off. So one of the key things to keep in mind is that you will not have air conditioning in the schools until next fall. So it's not, although there's been a lot of work and a lot of new vents and new ceilings are in place, they won't be blowing cold air out until all of these things are in place for this fall. Would you like to go through the budgets of the phase one, or we want to move on to phase two?
I don't think you sent any backup for this meeting, right? For this presentation?
I did not.
In terms of estimates, budget, that? No, I mean, do you have it available?
For phase two pricing or for phase
For
one?
one, what you just said, phase one budget. I mean, you said that you were on track and on time for phase one.
Yes.
Okay, does anyone have questions on phase one budget or track? Before we move on to phase 2 to 5, anyone? No? Okay, so no.
Phase 2, so the committee currently is charged with carrying phases 2 through 5 through the DD phase, through the design development phase. So we're not, we haven't been charged with anything prior to subsequent to that from 2 through 5. So that's where our
Can
work.
you just say what DD means? Because some people might not
So
know.
from a layman's perspective, there's multiple stages of development or design work. So there's some conceptual work, and then as we refine it, so it's really the second stage of that refinement to the construction, and it gives you a much more accurate number. So the concept, and I believe, Lamar, you're going to go over some of that with phase 2. So we'll talk about that more in phase 2, but this idea that we're going to be carrying it down to a very much more fine level of accuracy in the costing, and we'll have a much better perspective based on what's been, what needs to be done. What else we have? So from a phase 2 through phase 5 perspective, the big perspective is just really the sequence and the cost. And there's a lot of discussion to be had around, around what is the sequence that happens and what is the cost therefore based on the different schools if you apply an inflationary number to them. So the SD numbers, the schematic design, the first review, if you will, the design stage has been completed, and those are the numbers that have been submitted. That stage is, and the DD work, or the next stage of refinement of that is underway now. So just be aware that the numbers that you're working with do have some slight modifications possible up or down as the better refinement occurs. That's the highlights for phase 1, phase 2 up to 8. Phase 2 through 5 is the point. We have Tomlinson, Ward, Ludlow, Walter Fitzgerald, Ludlow Jennings, and Tomlinson Ward. So those are the 4 schools that are being, sorry, I said Jennings, but Jennings would be renovations, but the Ludlow, Walter Fitzgerald, Ward, and Tomlinson are the 4 schools that are in scope in those phases right now.
Yes. Okay, did you want to go over the increases?
I give you prices up to schematic design. So the
So what they
initial,
were
what's that?
Go ahead, you got it.
The initial schedule for the subsequent schools, Tomlinson was being let off, that was phase 2. And that was originally targeted to be done through the construction phase through 2025 and 2026, finishing in about September of 2026. That price, the initial price for that school was going to be, if done in that order, was 5.5 million. These are the original, this is the original order as presented to me when I started on the board. I know that there's been maybe some modifications and that will change the price. Buffalo, although called phase 3, was being pushed out 2027 construction through 2030. And the Ludlow price is 60.9 million. Again, those are the inflationary numbers.
The schematic design estimate is based on Gilbane's schedule, and it's set, the 2 schools, they put it in an order that has since been changed. It is, the 2 schools, how they estimated it was.
Say they, who do you mean? I'm sorry.
Gilbane in the project estimated it that taking advantage of pricing and doing Tomlinson and Ward at the same time. So they they estimated it that Tomlinson and Ward would be done at the same time.
Concurrently through, although Ward was phase 5, the idea was to
Correct.
pull Ward forward through 2025 construction through 2026 and finishing in 2027.
I'm gonna ask a point of clarification with the administration. We're going over our our capital later on in this meeting, and that's not what's been presented to the board.
Correct,
Okay.
correct. And
Okay,
we
so
take,
the numbers you're giving us don't match what we're looking at.
That is
Correct.
probably true. I don't know what you're looking at, but if you're looking at,
Okay.
if
Correct.
you're looking at the what's been submitted from the waterfall perspective, that is not in alignment with.
with the waterfall,
Original waterfall.
we've taken the schematic design numbers and adjusted them to schedule that in water.
Each school has an inflationary number that's going to adjust it. So if you push a school out, it's going
I
to.
think what you're trying to say is, based on the years that the projects have been placed on the waterfall, and your next completion of the first phase of design, you're putting higher numbers, or you're finding higher numbers.
Any school that is pushed off will have an inflationary variable to it that's going to drive up.
Of how much?
And what school and when you do it. I don't mean to be, I'm not trying to be.
No, that's.
No.
So what you're saying, there's advantages to certain projects going first.
What we have is Tomlinson going this year at 5.5. Ludlow going in 28-29 at 66. Ward going in 30-31 at 50.5. And Walter Fitz going in 31-32.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what you're saying, because I just heard 60.
Now, the schematic design for phase 2 through 5 was based on the schedule that was provided by Gilbane, taking advantage of the construction. There was no schedule given when they did the schematic design estimate.
So your numbers that you have are wrong in the sense that they don't match what we have.
My numbers are based on what was originally submitted by.
We weren't provided the order that we had on our waterfall. Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't have the.
The schematic design was done in June and July. The waterfall was just basically,
It's not been presented to the board, to the building committee rather.
Okay, go ahead.
So what you're saying though, in your opinion, Ward and Tomlinson doing it at the same time is a cost advantage to them based on
Right. If that's
projects.
right, because the way we packaged them originally, when we did an estimate back in June. Again, this is a couple of months ago. Now we're into the design development stage. Once we receive the documents, or actually we received the documents. And we're in the process of developing the estimate. Now we can plug in any variable and any schedule combination. You can move certain projects, but the way we looked at it, trying to take advantage of, depending on the type of project and what the requirements are. And the reason why we elected to go with Tomlinson and Ward, because Tomlinson is a fairly straightforward scope of replacement of roof units for the gym area. We can buy both projects. However, because of the lead time, we're not gonna be able to install it until next summer. We said, all right, we can package it together, take the smaller one, Tomlinson with Ward. Ward, we can start right away, just like we're doing currently, the renovations at, Woods or, at Osborne or, North Stratfield. We were able to start right away because we have make-ready work, if you will.
Right.
Pavement, take teal ceilings down until the equipment arrives. So this is how we packaged it up originally, but you could move them around, and depending what the financials are and how the schedule plays out, we could revise the combination.
So I think what they're gonna ask is, as you revise the combinations, will that change the pricing?
That obviously will.
Of
Yeah.
course it will, because it depends, we carry escalation. And depending on the design stage itself and when it's gonna get implemented, typically our escalation takes today's dollar. And then we project to midpoint in construction. Now, it depends where that midpoint in construction is on a particular project. Some projects, like for example, Ludlow, is a multi-year project. So the midpoint in construction, the further you push it out, the more expensive it gets. It's basically that.
Lynn.
So, I apologize just because it's a little hard when it's not in front of us. So these discussions of design and scope and this, like Jenga-ing of moving it around, the escalations. Those conversations were purely around design, budget. There was no discussion of, like the urgency of projects. Like, obviously this wasn't presented from the board, so that didn't incorporate into your discussions, like what needs to go first or what should go first theoretically.
There is
Like
some.
the worst heat in
Like,
the.
yeah, like we talk about the third floor at Ludlow. I haven't discussed it as a board member, but I know from sitting in the audience that that's been a concern for a very long time, the heat in that one location. So I just want to make sure in the context of the conversations, while I very much appreciate, we want to, if Tomlinson and Ward go together, just be mindful of, the conversations here as well.
That's the real advantage of this stage of design is that you're having conversations. And yeah, it does come down to budgets and the longevity of systems that currently exist and what's lifespan has ran out on some of the units that need to be addressed. And what the timeline is, whether you maintain it and limp along, or do you go forward and do something more invasive?
Thank you for the clarification.
President.
I got two quick questions. One, in terms of a Ludlow third floor, is it possible to do by itself without doing all of Ludlow? I don't know if you looked at it or not.
Maybe design can start and I can jump in, I guess, at some point. It's a little more complicated because these are not just HVAC, it's also electrical upgrades. So the infrastructure being a multi-story lends it to be more on the pricier side if we're gonna do just a portion of it versus kind of the overall package is.
Even with the escalation.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I mean, you could parcel out and carve it out, but it depends on the scope. If we're just limiting it to the third floor, we're running infrastructure, and that depends, is it gonna trigger a whole new switchgear or is it not? So there's a study that needs to take place. To what level you wanna evaluate, maybe you could jump in.
That's kind of the big piece of the design for any of these big air conditioning projects. Is that double the air conditioning in the school, most likely need to do electrical service. The electrical services are pretty expensive and they drive the project schedule out even further. So that's a big piece. Is the third floor going to use enough electricity we need it for service? And I'm guessing above the probably, but that's just a guess. The other thing that kind of changed a little bit, if you do the third floor first, do the other floors, you have to bring double chases down that third floor. So you've kind of finished it. Now you're gonna go back in and tear it apart again.
Right.
Again, not to the same extent. The chases will just be like kind of like you're not just renovating everything once, you have to go back and patch it up again. Go down.
Okay, so your question, it is possible.
Yeah.
But it's a change of the scope. It has to be studied and there's a different charge, if you will, to take a look. We do have to go back or somehow go back and disassemble certain parts and pieces, but it's like any other project. Dollars do control the conversation.
I appreciate it. And then my second question is more in terms of technology, some things I know that have happened in the past, things that may happen in the future. We all know what happened with R22. I don't want to see in 2032, we run into a problem with maybe another gas is banned or something. Is that all factored into your escalators, changing equipment? Some of the older equipment may actually become more affordable. Is it odds are it's definitely going to escalate at that, or is it possible it may not be as big of an escalation?
Yeah, if you change the refrigerants, it's kind of still ongoing. With different equipment all the time at this point. That said, generally you put in a piece of equipment, you have your, and again, I'm just playing out here, I think we've done it in 15 to 20 years. You anticipate that you can most likely use that refrigerant through that time period. And at the end of it, you're not going back in and renovating the whole building again, you can replace the unit. So you take the unit off the roof, put a new one on at that point, like 15, 20 years down the road. That's a much simpler, easier project than what we're doing. Install all the ductwork and all the piping and everything else inside.
And you guys looked at like other things like hydro and all that stuff that may not be as obsolete down the road?
We really, based on, the phase one and the cost estimates, we really went with the most cost-effective solution. And it's all relative because we don't use a big number, but different systems.
Thank you for clarifying.
Anyone else? Okay, so like you said, none of these projects are under your purview at this point in time, nor are they approved by the Board of Ed. All we did was approve some seed money per the request of the Board of Finance to get better numbers through this phase at this point. They were added to the charge of the existing HVAC building committee to become the IAQ committee. So where we stand today is precisely nowhere other than with phase one and having better numbers on phases 2 to 5 to be clear for everyone, right? So that's where we stand. Later on, we are having discussions on our waterfall with a whole bunch of projects, including the increases to these projects as it comes out. So just wanted to give the board an opportunity to hear some of these increases in the estimates, where they came from. No one really asked any specific questions about the increases, so I will just throw it out there as a last question. Why were they so significantly higher than what we previously had? So for example, Ludlow was 24 million. Now it's 66. What is the driving cause for these dramatic increases in this?
The original numbers were based on conceptual design numbers from another engineering firm that was done 2021, I believe. Sort of similar to what we have run into at Woods when we last fall, when we needed to go back for more money for Woods. When you a conceptual design estimate, they'll talk about the cone of certainty and the risk and the unknowns, and there's a lot of contingencies. In the conceptual design, they were focused on, I don't know what they were focused on providing AC. This project is not only the air conditioning of spaces that don't have air conditioning, but spaces that were at the end of its service life. And also the fresh air, the direct outdoor air supply. So I'm not sure, not knowing what the scope of what BTC was tasked with for the conceptual design. This is more in line with what was phase one and what was done for phase one with the AC and the outdoor air. And then taking a look at the electrical that is required for the upgrades.
Okay,
One quick question.
sure.
At this point are we having any other supply chain issues? Is that impacting this, or is this now back to pre-2020 predictability?
Not back.
Predictable, but it's.
We've adjusted.
Slow.
Supply chain, we've adjusted our schedules, as I mentioned earlier. The biggest long lead items are always have been for the foreseeable switch gears. Those still have a 52-week plus, depending how customized these systems are. Air handling units and rooftop units are running about 8 to 10 months lead time still. And again, depends on how highly custom that unit is. Other systems like VRF, which is the refrigerant that you see in a typical classroom, these are about 12 to 16 weeks lead time. And again, it depends on what system is specified. And the market does lead time to fluctuate depending on supply and demand. But that's kind of in the realm of how we develop our schedules and how we develop these projects based on those 3 primary lead time items that we're dealing with. Other than that, everything else like light fixtures or sound attenuators seem to fall within that 8 to 12 weeks, which is normal. Some things have come down to normal as far as lead time. Others have just continued and has not improved.
Those months that have such a significant time, is it predictable what you need to order so you can have no delays because you order them that much in advance? Or can you not until you're in the midst of the project?
We can do that, and we've done that where we pre-procure equipment in advance, but that depends on the appetite as far as taking that risk and being able to fund those early releases. These are very expensive units. And that means the design has to get released early in order for us to procure them earlier. There'll be a financial commitment earlier to the project before you know the exact price tag of the project. So there's conversations that will have to be had in terms of being able to, yes, it helped the schedule. There's pros and cons. And
So is that the kind of thing where when those numbers start coming before us, we can have that conversation where things are itemized so that we know at this price we can get, I'm obviously not in the business of doing what you do. But is that the kind of thing where we, instead of just a 5.5 million for Tomlinson, we can know if you do this plus this many million, we can make sure that those pieces are ready when we're at that phase? Is that the kind of thing that, so that the board can indicate we support taking that expensive step because it's cheaper than if we waited and will avoid delays?
there is some earlier cost that has to be accounted for. So there is, it's not totally, call it cheaper, if you will. It's just advancing some of the work early, so systems.
And also not encouraging delays.
Agreed, yeah, I mean, the way we built these projects and the way we delivered phase one is the traditional way. We get full documents, 100% for the entire project. You go out, buy it once, you get a one price tag for everything.
Right.
Now you know what your exposure is, or what your cost is. And we execute the project accordingly. The way that you're talking about earlier procurement, that has some risk associated with it, meaning that you have to commit significant amount of dollars before I get the rest of the package to be able to come back to you and tell you, but now you have to add this to it. And sometimes, depending on the market conditions.
But if we as a board are committed to HVAC in all of these buildings, it would possibly make sense that phase two would include part of the commitment for phase five.
It could, yes, but again, it depends on which project would be suited for that. Like Tomlinson would be one of
Yeah,
them.
well, we'd leave that to you.
We could definitely look at that.
All four of them
Right.
up front. And
Well, no, but in terms of as
we can
as
approve
we,
whatever we want.
as we do each budget, if it made sense to make sure that a phase five wasn't enormously delayed, that if we did part of it as part of phase two, the procurement piece, that's what I'm asking if that makes sense. Because hearing that these significant delays for different pieces, and yet I assume that each project needs all of those pieces,
Yes.
it would make sense to not delay that fifth project. That's something it needs, which has a very long lead time, gets purchased much earlier.
I agree, but again, depends on where you put that project in terms of the timeline.
Great, I just wanted to throw.
Depends, yeah, Mr. Lee.
To go on Ms. Max and Kennelly's comment, I know with the first phase, they knew that switchgear was gonna be a year and a half out. And I think the minute they got approved, the budget got approved, that building committee, that team actually went out and bought that first, knowing that was gonna be that delayed. And then they started the job and they worked around that. So it's exactly what you're saying. So once
Now we're talking about trying to incorporate different phases in purchase, so, okay, thank you.
Mr. Krasnow.
Do you mind elaborating on what you meant by the increases were replacements and upgrades? Are we talking areas that already currently have HVAC systems, need replacement HVAC systems as part of that price?
Oh,
Part of what we know and the public knows
Yeah.
that what we're talking.
Part of Wood's increase was the DTC was to, I believe, just add air conditioning in where Woods did not have it. They did not take into account the spaces that had AC already in those spaces and at the end of their service life. So part of that increase for Woods was going into those spaces that had the air conditioning, but it was gonna it was at its end of its service life, so you were at some point you were gonna replace it. You might as well do it while you're in there with everything else.
I understand that with Woods. I'm talking more
Two questions.
Ford and Ludlow. These numbers got really, really big. Are we talking some of that 40 million jump is replacing existing ACs because they're 20 years old?
I have not studied DTC's estimate with what is there currently at those schools.
And just to elaborate too, Mark, even in phase one, when we had those conceptual estimates, we look at square footage. And I remember looking at Fairfield Woods and those schools. And Jesse's team comes in, analyzes that there's more area of the building so everything at conceptual stage is based on historical numbers, cost per square foot. So I know a big chunk of that was just an increase in area of the building that required HVAC. And that triggered more HVAC, triggered bigger electrical gear, and it just kind of waterfalls.
I understand what happened in Woods because we went through it. I'm wondering more what's going on with Ward and Ludlow, because these numbers are way bigger than even Woods was, so.
And we can look if I have the DTC report, we can take a look at it more to see if the areas grew. I noticed that, but this is a very common theme for us. We've done 4 of these HVAC upgrade jobs now. It's a very common theme where budgets are established very early on. Escalation certainly one of them. But a lot of scope beyond HVAC that we're seeing, demolition, architectural upgrades, replacing ceilings, sprinkler head replacements. Those don't typically get captured that early on. So I know that that's a big factor too, and electrical is definitely a big place. You can reuse the existing service, it saves a lot of money. If you have to bring in a whole new one, that's a huge increase. So there's several factors, but we can take a look to see if they have any information. The problem is with conceptual, there's usually 1 or 2 line items. So we're looking at just, their best guess or take on what it's gonna cost. So I'm assuming that's similar to what happened.
I have a real estate background.
Yep.
Come into inspections all the time. There's R22, they say it's obsolete, it should be replaced. Doesn't mean it's not gonna last for another 20 years. We don't know. I don't wanna personally spend money on things that are working when there's things that don't even have HVAC currently. That's my only concern.
Just to follow up to that question, you had mentioned the square footage, and that's a good point. Do you have a rough number right now that you're using for price per square foot?
I don't have price per square foot, but I was gonna build on that a little bit. The change in area of each building is a huge impact on that. So I think Ward and Ludlow were very similar in cost back with the conceptual design. Now one's 40 and one's 60. Well, the big thing that happened there is each one of those was approximately 50% of the school needed new AC. So say 150,000 square feet at each high school needed new AC. But Ludlow actually needs between 200 and 210,000 square feet of the building. So it was assumed not assumed, but in the conceptual design, it was based on having air conditioned half the building. And in fact, we have to air condition 2/3 of the building.
So Ludlow only has 1/3 of the building currently HVAC,
Yes.
That's what he just said.
and Ward is 50%.
Yes. So I think, we talk about several items that can price go up, but that's what we're come back to the biggest difference.
Just fits.
In general, we're not replacing very much equipment. So it's like, our goal is, if it doesn't have both air conditioning and fresh air ventilation, then it gets new systems. So like, a split system air conditioner that does just cooling, but it doesn't have the ventilation, you don't have the indoor air quality.
So this is similar to what happened at Woods. Spaces that had like split units were counted, whereas you're not counting that, and that's how the square footage has changed.
Yeah, but Ludlow is a great example of that. It's definitely bigger.
Does it make, I don't know, through the chair to Mr. Testani, does it, what we just did with Fitz and the replacement of the chillers at Ward, should that be helping this, or is that a case of it might be doing cooling, but it's not doing anything with ventilation, or like, should that be something that, because when the numbers first came out, we hadn't made that investment. Should that be lowering Ward's price?
That's a great question for
The
those guys.
RTU at Woods, the RTU at Ward, isn't that part of your building committee charge?
Phase 1, yeah.
Yeah, the RTU at Ward is in their building committee charge already, so that I would think would be.
Okay, I didn't remember that. Okay.
They have like 10 projects under their charge.
But that's a good point. You did that piece already. That's not in our design for what we're doing now.
Right.
So you've already, that Fitz house now has new air conditioning in it. It's the one area of that building we don't have to do anything with at all.
So bonus why Ward is less because it just got an investment.
Exactly.
Makes sense. All right, thank you so much. Is there any, sorry, before you go, is there any documents that you can send to us? We didn't get any backup. Like, is there something that we can see that we have these estimates laid out somehow? Or is that something, Mr. Lee, that we can get from the committee? I don't know. Like, I don't have any paper in front
I
of me.
think we should wait until it goes further down the project, because you're gonna see estimates now, they may change, they may go up, they really may go down. Until they're just on like,
I think they're done.
Summary.
Are you guys done with this now?
Schematic design, we still have design development.
We're only
Yeah, design development.
Then we are right now gonna produce an estimate at the end of, we're actually targeted at about 3 weeks. We're producing what we call the design development, which is much further designed, much fine tuned.
So what we've been given, I'll ask you, Mr. Tessani, what we have on here isn't accurate, or I would say not accurate, but it's not final.
Those are schematic design numbers.
So that's gonna be refined. It could go up, it could go down.
We make adjustments in our estimate to account for design contingencies. As the design advances, we reduce our contingencies. But again, it all depends on what comes up in the design. We're just making a commentary that's.
When we get to this, we're gonna have to talk about it, because I don't know. All right. So you said 3 weeks?
We have a,
Meeting, reconcile meeting will be in 3 weeks. We'll have final numbers. We'll have them for the capital stuff.
But we won't have it before for our waterfall. Right? We go to the summit too, with your projects on here. What you're telling us is that we're not gonna have right numbers for this.
Well, you'll have schematic design and you'll have design development for the capital sign,
So what's on this piece of paper right now? DD, right?
schematic design.
that's
The
schematic.
schematic is on here. So you've upped it already.
Conceptual, yes.
Okay, Mr. Peterson.
If I may, the Board of Finance is gonna want whatever the most recent numbers are that we have.
Right.
And we can characterize them at the time as these may evolve further as we go further through the process. But I'm not comfortable having no piece of paper with no numbers on it, because we're gonna get asked at the first opportunity at any Board of Finance meeting, not waiting until the end of September.
Yeah, what I don't want is them having a certain number for buildings and us having totally different number, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I just wanna add, I think we know what the Board of Finance wants. These guys have to do a lot of technical work, and they're not on that schedule may not be realistic to get to where the Board of Finance needs to be on that date. I think they have to understand, to Mr. Peterson's point, we can give them the most accurate at the moment, but that could change as they continue to fine tune their work. And Board of
Up until the
Finance has
point
to
where we have to
understand,
vote on any number.
they can't rush it any faster.
Follow up, Jeff? Sorry.
No, I was just, of course, we should always characterize these are in motion, they're dynamic, they're evolving. We need to be very careful about that, and I don't want to put any pressure on the committee. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm
Right.
saying is other elected officials in town on that body are going to ask us for what's the number today? And I would feel more comfortable having that than not.
So my recommendation would be, let's get what you have now. And if they update it between now and when we need it, they'll update it and it'd be easier. At least you have something in your records to look at.
So Mr. Lee, what I'm gonna ask you though is, do they have these numbers?
Yes,
Those are those numbers.
accurate
Those are the most
Those are the
accurate numbers as of
as
tonight,
today.
as of tonight.
I want you to recall I'll call it the batting order. The sequence of schools has a huge variability. And so to give you numbers, if they give you numbers tomorrow, those numbers may or may not align with the reality on the summit based on the order. If you guys say we want to do Ludlow first versus Ward later, that's all gonna have a,
We have Tomlinson, Ludlow, then then Ward, then Walter Fitz. That's the order right now.
so that's the order you can get those numbers. Just again, just remember that changing those orders, the order of the schools will have a significant impact on the cost of the school.
Yeah, if you push out Ludlow, it's gonna be a lot more. If you bring something forward, it's gonna be less. The smaller projects, you're gonna get a lot more escalation by pushing out a big project than you're gonna get than pushing out a small project. Theoretically, you wanna do your most expensive first. In order to cut down on this.
Looking at his cost, yes, that would be if all you care about is the cost element of it, yes, that would be the correct answer. To save the most money, you do the biggest school first, for the biggest cost.
Financially speaking.
Financially speaking, exactly, agree.
said, the Ludlow job is over multiple.
For year three and a half.
Yep.
We're a North Stratfield family, so I've seen the work. Thank you very much. It looked very different a week ago than it looked for the first day of school, so much appreciated. But for that Ludlow project, is the length of time because of the student impact, because of the needed time during the summer, or would that work continue during the school year? Is the length of time because of ordering supplies? Just a little bit of don't get too granular.
So over 300,000 square feet, and we're limited to doing our work.
Okay.
Just like either second shift.
Yep.
And we're limited to this, so because the school is occupied, there's no swing space.
Got it.
And that's really, so we carved it out in multiple phases. So, and especially the areas like the gymnasium, auditorium, those we only hit them over the summer, and I can't hit them all in one summer. So we phase them out, that's why it's.
No, it's great. It's in the context of the supply issues. I think it's good for people to understand
Swing space.
there's lots of issues to this. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your. Okay, moving on next, gifted and talented programming update, Dr. Zavit Invic. Hi, welcome, and team.
Good evening, everyone. James Evans, Chief Academic Officer. And tonight we are here to present a status update on our gifted education programs in grades 3 through 8 in the district. As we did with some other disciplines at the end of the last academic year. In your packet, you have this presentation, some enrollment numbers, and the standards that have guided many of our decisions throughout this process. I'm sure you are aware, this is a district improvement plan goal. And we began this work years ago in visiting programs. And it really picked up this past academic year when we began sitting down with pen to paper and recreating curriculum, hours of service, and what it will look like to identify as well as program for these students. I did come to you last year and talk about working with a consultant. It was in the budget, and we did start that process with the University of Connecticut Lincoln Center for Gifted Education. They gave us a lot of helpful information. They specifically wanted or guided us towards a school enrichment model. And we've taken a slightly different track from that. We have not continued that work, but they are on call at any moment if we had any questions or to review our documents. We didn't feel we needed to move forward with someone to continue that work after we had gathered that information, visited other schools. We believe we could do it in district. So at this point, they have not charged us anything in that process of which they've consulted with us. Lastly, before I pass it over to Julie and our gifted department, which is here with us today, we did pass out an addendum to many of the questions that were given to us over the weekend, which we'll go over today as well. Thank you for sending those in. It'll help improve our program. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Julie Heller, our program director for 612 English Language Arts. Also assumes gifted education. In the past, that was a split position. 2 program directors held that role. And we consolidated curriculum leadership, but we put it into one. So with that, I'll hand it over to Julie to introduce the team.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm Julie Heller, and I'm here tonight in my role as the 3 through 8 gifted coordinator. And as James just expressed, we're going to be sharing an update that really shares some of our reimagining of our gifted program and the curriculum that would be used to support that program. And before I allow the team, this large team, the whole team here with us tonight, to introduce themselves, I just want to say how grateful I am to be a part of this team and to work with these incredibly talented, dedicated, passionate, and creative educators. The three of them have been a joy to work with, and I feel very privileged to be connected with them. With that, I will turn it over to Sheila.
Hi, I'm Sheila Ferrara. I work in 6 elementary schools in Fairfield.
I'm Tanya Ron. I work in 5 elementary schools.
And I'm Ann Joyce, and I work at the 3 middle schools here in Fairfield. I'm going to get us started. I think we all would agree here that Fairfield does have a very strong gifted program, and our students are truly benefiting from the academic, social, and emotional components of it. Yet we all acknowledge that improvements can be made. Most importantly, the way we identify our students. We also want to, through an enrichment program, what we're presenting to you tonight is cast a wider net, providing more students with opportunities to cultivate their talents.
As James mentioned, to prepare for these proposed changes, we visited and communicated with several neighboring districts: Westport, Weston, Darien, Norwalk, Buchanan, Greenwich, West Hartford, Milford, Orange, and North Salem, New York. We saw and heard a wide variety of practices with many pros and cons, but the ones that aligned with the most current gifted practices were the ones that utilized some form of project-based learning, and they fostered a great deal of student choice within frameworks. There was also a vast difference between the amount of teachers and directors in charge of these programs compared to our very little department. And I just want to point out, we are thrilled that this year, for the first time in a very long time, we are going to the National Gifted Conference. So I want to thank you for your support and all the principals and everybody who chipped in to get us there to help us develop professionally. It's going to be a great little event.
So we have always valued feedback from families, but last year we introduced a formal survey for both parents and students that also included past students that were currently in high school. The responses that you'll see on the next 2 slides appeared most frequently on our survey. This first slide presents the responses we received from parents. Our field trips are designed to enhance our study in meaningful ways. Parents were enthusiastic about the diverse experiences provided, such as our visits to the Yale Art Museum and their libraries, the Eli Whitney Workshop, the Escape Room, and Fairfield Museum, all of which connect directly to their child's learning. Additionally, parents appreciated the inter-school and inter-grade school experience. Students have expressed enjoyment in our current program's challenges and have requested more time and opportunities for gifted collaboration. In response, we are proposing an improved program that offers increased creative opportunities, such as designing and building projects, more student choice, and additional time spent with mixed age groups.
I'm just going to step in for a second. That picture that you're looking at, that's at Yale. We went to the art museum there because the children were working on a museum of change. They were taking a topic, seeing how it changes over time, predicting what it'll do in the future. And so we were going to try to learn about museum exhibits, but we stumbled upon this sculpture, and there was this timeline, spiraling through it. And the kids must have stood around there for a good 10 minutes trying to figure out why the numbers were, the corresponding numbers to years. And it was just such a fascinating conversation with their curiosities. Finally, one little girl looked down and she saw that it was a table. It was called the Women's Table. And it's actually how Yale has changed over time since the 1830s. It was how many women graduated, when they were finally brought in there. And then the reason why I show you this is, first of all, it's children from 3 different elementary schools, cross-school, collaborating, discussing, sharing time together. But also, this picture was taken after they had already knew the answer, but they stood there for, I don't know, 5, 10 more minutes grappling with that concept. You know, they just take it a little bit further, and I'm sure they went home and said, the best part was the bus ride and the pizza we had afterwards, but we know better. You know, we really get to see amazing things. Oh, and this is me too. Here we go. Here are just a few of the comments that our past and current students have written. These words reflect what it feels like to them to be in a small group setting with like-minded learners, you know, on a very consistent basis, and they get to stay with each other for 3 years typically. And there's something very magical about that. As facilitators, we strive to meet kids where they are as individuals in order to give them a safe and accepting learning environment where they can manage their special interests and their special intensities. We're very thankful that Fairfield has supported this for a very long time.
Here we have our 2 proposed levels of enrichment. The box on the right, the gray box, represents our exploratory level, which is our creative, productive student, also known as our gifted student. These are students that are going to meet the district's criteria, which we'll detail in a later slide. At this level, students would be engaged in project-based learning experiences that promote higher level thinking, creativity, and task commitment. There's also a focus at this level on what it means to be a gifted learner, how to manage the intensities associated with being gifted, and how to maximize giftedness to be successful in school and in life. And I also want to bring up a little anecdote that we were very fortunate the last 2 years to have some of our high schoolers come back to our 8th graders and talk to them. And we got all the 8th graders together from the 3 different schools. And they talked about what it's like to be a gifted learner in the high school, how to maximize your giftedness, how to deal with setbacks. It was really a neat experience for that. We're looking to continue to do that. So I also just want to point out that the high school kids do come back to us, and they do want to come back and share the things that they do appreciate and remember gifted. In this model, students would receive double the time they're currently receiving now. They'll also be able to participate in the focus level, which I'll detail in a moment. So that would give them additional time. And gifted teachers under this model will have more time to consult with classroom teachers and be involved in the individual buildings community. Hard for us to do now that we're split across all the buildings we are. So this is a really exciting part of that particular level. On the other side, the focus level enrichment, that's brand new. It's for students that don't quite meet the gifted criteria, but they show these strengths in a specific domain. We know that through teacher input, observation, and the COGAT batteries, the quantitative and nonverbal. So we would be taking those students and we'd be offering them activities throughout the month that align with their strengths and their interests. And again, gifted kids could join that group as well. Those are the 2 levels. That's it.
So as Fairfield works to better align with the learning student needs, we look towards implementing an improved identification process. We will continue to draw upon our Connecticut gifted guru, Dr. Joe Renzulli from UConn, his team, and their extensive gifted research. His triad model, as you can see here, on creative, productive individuals provides a foundation to our enrichment program. Fairfield can better capture diverse populations using this 3-ring conception of giftedness. It allows us to broaden the criteria or cast this wider net, as we keep saying, to consider the whole student. We would like to adjust the emphasis that Fairfield places on the automatic single score and cast this larger net to include more students, including our multi-language students, our twice exceptional students, as well as our students with diverse backgrounds. Ideally, the students that we would identify in our exploratory enrichment piece would fall within that overlap of those 3 rings. Starting with an abilities test, We would continue to utilize the data that's collected from Fairfield's COGAT testing window, finding students that do perform above average. The Naglieri could also continue to be used for some students. When we look at the creativity piece, students' creativity will be viewed through student performance tasks, as well as classroom and special teacher observations. Utilizing teacher rating scales and observations, we'll collect information on students' task commitment as it relates to work, projects, individual activities, as well as group activities, and just how they navigate when faced with challenges.
Our current identification, Charlie mentioned, relies heavily on table cut score. Before we even look at the rest of the data, but the research out there is telling us that single numbers do not capture the full scope of child's potential. So our proposed identification system incorporates a more comprehensive approach, considering ability assessments, performance tasks, teacher rating scales, and observations, with each factor being weighed equally. And I just want to mention too, that when we talk about teacher rating scales, it's not just one teacher rating a child, multiple teachers. The middle school level, it's very easy to do because they have quite a few academic teachers, and at the elementary teachers, they would be using their UA specials teachers. We're getting a sense of who the child is all around. Using a point system, students with high levels of ability, creativity, and task commitment would be considered for our gifted program. And those students with a strong work ethic and exceptional ability in a specific domain, focused areas talking about, would be eligible for our focus.
Okay, in order to cast this larger net and be stronger and more supportive, be a stronger and more supportive presence in all of our elementary schools and middle schools, of course, we are asking to increase text. Currently, elementary gifted students can only connect with their gifted resource teacher once every 6 letter day cycle. I mean, you throw in a weekend and a professional development day, you can go 2 weeks without seeing the kids. My worst story was when I walked in, I hadn't seen them in 2 weeks, and the nurse looked at me and sent me home with pink eye. So I was like, there goes another week. It's really sad. Anyway, in middle school, Anne only sees the children 2 times within a 6-day period. More staffing would allow for more programming for many more students, a consistent and visible presence in all school communities, additional use of students, they have flex time, and on the elementary level, they have win time, what I need time. Direct collaboration with all teachers regarding enrichment with a concentration on 2nd grade. We envision whole class activities with 2nd graders, so the gifted resource teacher can actually know these children before they take the test and go through this identification process. It's important because they're not just numbers, you know, they would come to us with data points and we wouldn't even know the children, or we would be called into a PPT talking to a parent and we didn't even know the child. So that's a difficult thing. We'd have more time to plan for cross-school experiences, field trips, guest speakers, community projects, and our parent communication would increase. We'd have the ability to attend PPTs. One's happening at North Stratfield and I'm all the way up Mill Hill. I don't know about my child, that student, that I wish I could be there. Anyway, thank you for allowing us to present this to you, and we look forward to opening up this conversation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that presentation. I'll open up to the board. Questions? Ms. Kersey.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I mean, we've been really looking forward to hearing about how the gifted program can be improved. I really just like general comment would be like applauding the idea of expanding our invitation to whoever we're determining. Because I think that's exciting. My concerns are around like the goals of this program. So right now we have a gifted and talented program. And we're serving students that are traditionally gifted, right? And they have very specific needs. We talked about serving students with either academic talents or these special skills. That's where I get like confused because I think how can we do both well? Right? When right now we're trying to just improve the program we have, because those are like two totally separate goals. Even if we add more staff, those are, yeah, really big different focus. So I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about who we invite and how we invite them. When I look at this chart, I had asked, I was one of the board members that asked questions about this, and also just wanted to point out that I actually did put my questions on the 22nd. So just a detail. One of them went on the 23rd after I saw more board members put in, but that's not really accurate. So when I'm looking at the male-female breakdown, that is very disturbing to me, right? Like right now, the average for female participation over the past 6 years is like in the low 40%. It's as low as 36% for some grades. That's like huge red flag for me. When we talk about people's talents, I can't totally understand, like if you're a super gifted ballet dancer or a baseball player, like how does that play into this? I don't, how are we? I just have a lot of questions about how we're building this program. We don't really have a consultant anymore. We do, but we don't. We're not using them. We have staff that have worked on this program, but the idea was to enhance it and change it. So I don't really understand where the expertise for that comes from. And I have more questions that sort of stem from the answers here. I'll stop it back to me, but yeah, so the question is sort of, I guess my biggest question is around, how are we approaching this? This is a huge charge, right? I mean, we have our gifted students have such divergent ways of learning, and this program can and should be like changing for them. So if we're expanding that and keeping that goal, that's a big charge. So
what's the goal? Is the question?
I don't understand what the goal is. Yeah, like, I mean, it sounds like a lot of different goals. So
There was one thing you mentioned I just want to speak to, when you were talking about the traditional way of identifying. Is that what I heard you saying, like the way we were?
Not about identifying gifted students, but traditionally serving gifted students that were identified in a traditional way. Not, it doesn't have to be through the testing. I mean, I have other questions related to that process. But it's about, what types of students we've identified in the past and now expanding it, right? So it's not just gifted, it's also based on different very
Still have a gifted program as we have it now, and our identification system, and we're evolving it, but with the research, like we're capturing kids that we truly want to be capturing, because there's no perfect system to identifying gifted kids, but we want to do the best job we can and make sure we are identifying truly gifted kids. That would be one separate group. Then there's always those kids that don't necessarily make the gifted cut. They're just kids who don't meet the criteria, but they are just strong in some areas. They're the kids that I'll walk down the hallway and the teacher will say to me, "Is Johnny in your gifted program?" "Oh, he should be. He just knows everything about history and so on." So it's that type of kid is just showing such an exceptionality and needs something more outside the classroom. And we want to be able to pull that kid in with other kids just like him, right, and serve him. But he wouldn't be like under the gifted. It's an enrichment umbrella with gifted under it, and
so just to clarify, it is two completely separate programs, although gifted students would be able to join both. So instead of just improving the gifted program, we're expanding it and launching two separate programs.
We thought about, we did think about, we could just improve our identification because that's what really needs to be done. But we thought about if we could just reach out and say cast a wider net and get more kids, if we could do that, why not? I mean, it's in the, we believe in Thule's model, and that's what it's all about. It's just trying to capture that you can and their talents.
Just want to add I think one of our goals is we spend a lot of time with intervention. We have InterClear, intervention. Every school does in every district. Kids that are struggling, we identify and we try to provide them with intervention. This would be our other responsibility, is to identify more kids for enrichment. Because I do think that there are times where, and parents will come to us and say, hey, my kid didn't make the cut. We've had several meetings, but this is a special kid. And then there's nothing for that kid if we don't overrule the testing and the identification process. So this will give those kids another opportunity for enrichment.
So just my response would be, I'm applauding that.
Yeah. No,
I'm saying that's not the same as just a gifted program. That's a gifted program and an enrichment program.
Correct.
So that's not what we talked about and what we expected. And I want to make sure that we're doing both well.
Correct.
Because that's a very large charge. And we don't necessarily have anyone on staff that has expertise outside of what's happened here, I don't think. I mean, I don't know, because we don't have the consultant. It doesn't sound like we're really using them. We can't, I mean, that part I don't sort of like affect the part.
And these three ladies, they have like 5 decades of experience and education. Anne is working on a doctorate with a focus on gifted education. So these three people have been very steeped in this field of education.
The consultants direct us to the school enrichment model, which is a path we can go down, but that means everybody gets services at every school for us, all 17. We did not take that path for many reasons. There'd be collective bargaining issues, we believe, with it as well. But nonetheless, we do believe what we have presented here with the focus and the actual enrichment captures more gifted, as well as extends the program to enrichment for students who may not have had it. So that is a goal of the program. There are more services that will be given to students who are identified under the label, right? The special education label and gifted. And the curriculum is going to say what those things are. The group has talked about intensities. These students, many times, I know you've heard from them at the board table when we talked about acceleration, because many times they fall in both groups, the enrichment group and the acceleration group. It's just, they require a different set of programming, and also one that is, you've said this, individualized at some level, right? Their talent may be something that has to be programmed for by the people sitting here today. That a curriculum document may not necessarily hold explicitly. And I know you're not denying that, I'm just want to put that out there as a goal of the program.
Mr. Krasnoff.
But one of my questions is a follow-up to that. I would have loved to see a little bit more of like a base curriculum of what you're gonna try to target 3rd grade for the year. You're gonna try to target 4th grade for the year. Building on how many groups type projects, how many individual type projects. I love seeing the time expanded. As I said, I would prefer a half day, but I know time is money and it's difficult. But I personally want to fund the program, but I want to fund the right program.
And I think that will come with time too, and a lot of the work that went into this piece of it. There's so much more that can be done, but we need to know we're going down the right path. So
This is only.
we don't want project.
Well, I get it, but we've been asking for this for a year, and when I saw this on the agenda, I was really excited. I thought you guys were gonna come guns a-blazing, give me something amazing that I can get behind. And I'm not saying you guys aren't doing your job and doing it, and it's not that it's not good, but this is a great idea, but I don't see anything, in my opinion, solid in front of me saying, I want extra funding so we can do A, B, C, D. I would love to do that. In addition, I do have some concerns with the numbers of students. And that's why I did say maybe it would make sense to combine some schools. How difficult is it to have 3 kids in a class and get a good group project that everyone's interested together? I was in a gifted program. I think we had like 12 people in our class. We were able to do 3 different projects and people could kind of pick which one they were interested in. Versus when you have 3 kids, it's kind of like, you guys are doing this group project, good luck. Maybe I'm wrong, but it just seems like there's not a lot of options for those 3 kids. Just.
Okay, Mr. Lee.
How many kids do you think, I mean, you're asking for more FTEs. How many kids do you think are slipping through those cracks that aren't getting your attention? Compared to the same thing with enrichment kids and gifted kids. I mean, I'm assuming all the gifted kids have been identified, get into your program. So how many kids, I mean, the percentage wise, what do you think you're missing?
And do you want to say? For me, well, the state, the nation say 5% of the population should be gifted. NAGC, which is the National Association of Gifted Children, says schools should be around 6%. We're just right under that 6% area, so we're really capturing a good number of kids. But we can identify up to 10, but once they say you get them to that 7, 8, 9, 10%, you start to wonder, okay, what's going on in the regular education process? And then we need a gifted program for all these kids. So I know what you're saying, and it's hard to say. Are we missing kids? Probably, yeah, I would say there's no perfect system that we are. That's why we want to offer this enrichment program.
And we're trying to match the identification with our program. We're trying to match that better.
Well, with this new thing in development, what are your numbers that would meet that based on current figures? Huh?
We're currently at about 5 point something, 6 point something. We'd go up to 10%.
You're gonna increase it by about 4.5%.
So the tests come in and the
Ish.
new criteria, yes. I mean, we've talked about a single cut score, right? So some students get in simply by meeting a minimum raw score.
35.
Yeah, 135, and then there's no questions asked. Others submit for a review, PPT, make that decision. And there's some that get in and some that don't as a result of that. So yeah, up to 10.
Sorry, Mrs. Lynn.
Just a little bit of a follow-up to one of Mrs. Guernsey's questions. When I look at the document with the breakdown of our populations, I also was a little bit struck by the gender gap that we see. I mean, if you really trace back there's one grade that you can follow that is kind of congruent, but the rest are, anywhere between 8 and 10 students. That's like a significant catechism. And if you're saying we're enrolling that 6%, like, are you looking in that identification process in that? Because I appreciate looking at the umbrella and bringing in more enrichment, but as we're looking at that identification process, are you, looking at that piece just for gifted?
So in the past, our identification process was, we did not know if a student was male, female. We didn't know anything. We didn't even know what school.
Determining.
We didn't even know what school that student came from. We purely looked at numbers and what came across a review desk.
So only once you get into that second stage with additional teachers and. Great, thank you.
I did follow up with.
I looked at, COGAT and Naglieri, the 2 tests that we use, and of course, they have a team of people trying to make sure that their gender, there's no biases in there, gender neutral. But they did say one variable that many boys score in the incredibly high and low areas. And here we are looking for the high ones, and we weighted that heavily. So I don't know if that played, it's always baffled me as well.
Yeah. Like I said, it's a question that needs to be, like, the numbers kind of speak. I want to speak to it. And then this is kind of just an implementation question. When I look in the documents, a lot of it reflects on that win and flex period. Would it be possible for you guys to run a gifted program without the flex or win period?
In the elementary school. So I think, is your question middle school?
My question is, but middle school, I'll take both.
The question is, would it be not possible to run it without winter flex? It's so helpful now having the flex period because, trying to create a schedule where we're pulling kids out of academic classes. They're not just coming out of one class because they're not moving together. They're coming from all over the place. The kids do like to miss classes at the middle school level. I will say that, but the teachers also want them to be there. So teachers are so supportive of the program, but having 2 flex periods right now, I can only utilize 1 flex period
per cycle.
Yeah, because I'm in school. If I was in one building, I would use both of those, right? You know, because then it's great, because that's what they need time is their intervention. And additional time on top of that, they would, but it works.
A few questions. So when you talk about or at least that was expressed as an interest by the parents, challenge in core classes and the curriculum extensions. Because I do understand that this is prior to the curriculum work, so I wasn't expecting that level of specificity in this presentation. But how do you see this satisfying that wish on the part of parents? In other words, they seem to be wishing for a deeper dive on content and that they're not seeing it in the current experience. So how do you see the curriculum that we'll see when we get that presentation addressing that? Or do you?
No, go ahead. I'm thinking of them somewhat separately. That's, if I'm understanding it correctly, some of the core extensions are happening within the classroom with extensions within the curriculum, utilizing your math resource people, your language arts people, extending the curriculum, because the curriculum that you have picked has been great within the classroom. But those extensions within the classroom would happen with those specialty teachers. Whereas what we would be doing and what we've learned, that kids really want to learn outside of the curriculum. They want to have some choice and have the opportunity with guidance to research the things that they want to research, not just what's in the curriculum, because they're doing really great with the curriculum, but they want to have those extensions and learn something different. So what we're hoping is to continue to learn outside of and foster that learning outside of the curriculum.
Did that answer your? Well, yes and no. But so the point being, you don't see that as part of the gifted and talented enrichment program. You see that as being a product of differentiation within the regular ed classroom, differentiation which has probably an extremely limited range, but it belongs there, not with you. I'm not criticizing that. I'm looking to clarify.
It's because we are, again, we are just not in a building to work with teachers and see exactly what they're doing at what moment, but there have been opportunities last year when they were working on the Constitution and the living document. I did grab all the 8th graders and we went over to the Fairfield Museum for a presentation on that. It was an extension of what teachers are working on. So if we are in a building, we could tap into what teachers are doing more often because we're there to see what's going on in the classrooms. Right now, it's challenging to do that.
And if I may also add on to, like, our accelerated math program is helping that core curriculum. So they are helping those students, whether they are gifted or not gifted, they have been accepted into this accelerated math program.
For 4th and 5th grade, but not 3rd.
No, because that's where the test happens. That's how that's where they're finding out some.
Right, but if we're starting to use teacher scales or whatever, the teachers were going to see this in 1st and 2nd grade. So they simply are having to be they're having to wait till 4th grade to receive anything in that subject of a quantitative nature.
And I think that would be more in the math department. That's what we don't really do.
So again, yeah, so
I'm sorry.
And I appreciate that. No, it kind of gets back to Mrs. Guernsey's point, which is what's the mission and what's the goal? And that idea of a deeper dive on specific content, that's kind of, you have to make a choice, I suppose, in terms of which direction you go, and that's clarifying our direction. One question regarding the identification, and you mentioned the idea that in middle school that there are more teachers who would be given input on the teacher rating scales, except that I thought we only did the identification, that was something we'd had as a budget cut years ago, where we went from a 2nd and a 4th grade identification process down to solely a 3rd grade identification process, and I haven't heard that anything's changed.
I'm sorry, okay, I understand what you're asking. So when students come in new to the district or they want to be reviewed, so we, right now it's the 135 cut, and then if you're between 125 and 134, you can go into a review. You can do that at any year. So I do get requests for students to be reviewed, and then I reach out to the middle school teachers and ask them for.
So someone could ask for a review every single year?
Yes,
Could
that
on
was sent to us.
anytime, call a PPT.
Can I follow up on Jen, your point?
Sure.
We actually tested in 2nd, 4th, and 7th.
Correct.
Correct.
That's what we did do. And
Right.
now I thought you were doing third and seventh.
It's just third.
No, I thought it was just third.
Review.
But anyone could be reviewed if they fall within that range and they say, I want my child looked at again, and we go in and review. We
That
don't
wasn't
get a
our
lot of
choice.
those.
Why are we not, can I ask this quick? Why don't you why are we not assessing them at the end of second grade instead?
Say that again. Why aren't we what?
Because by the time you assess them in third grade, and then you get the results, and you do the IEP, and you do the when are they actually starting to attend gifted classes?
January. It was,
So-
it was at the end of second grade, many years ago, but with budget cut.
It was a budget cut.
Yeah, but you could spend the same amount of money to assess them at the end of second grade.
If the
as second
decision
grade.
made was that third grade was more accurate.
I don't know if that's true. Is that true?
That is what,
So 4 months later is more accurate?
that is what they said. Third grade is the time that you should be looking at and putting them into a gifted program. At least what you've got on it.
But when are you assessing them? In September?
October.
So June to October. Okay. So they're only getting half of third grade, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. Okay, sorry, Jen. You have
That's
the
okay.
floor.
Regarding the request for more time in elementary school, what would that come from?
In the student schedule?
Yes.
They're currently taken out of their academic classes now, so they'd be taken out of more
Oh,
academic.
what specifically?
Depends on the schedule. So the elementary schedules don't run like a secondary schedule. First grade, third grade could have reading in the morning, and a fifth grade could have reading in the afternoon. And if gifted is in the afternoon, it would be reading. In the morning, it might be math, but I can't say that reading always happens from, if there's a 4-hour block half day that we're offering. They might miss reading, math, or social studies at that point. They might be a flex. There's not one standard because it's not a block like a class in a secondary school.
And so I'm curious how our elementary school staff and administration feel about that. I mean, I already know, fourth and fifth grade is so crazy with being pulled for music and the instrument specific and chorus and.
They've not pulled from those.
No, we don't.
No, I mean, in terms of the demands on the schedule, and now you're talking about an additional 30-minute pull.
No, it's nearly doubling their time. So to speak, I know Mr. Fresno said he was looking for a half-day program. It's essentially a half-day program for these elementary schools. They're 6.5 hours, and we're looking at almost 4 hours, depending on how the schedule works. So it's a little more than that. They will miss academic time. These are students who have been successful missing this time, making up work. They are advanced, they accelerate, and they're able to do both. It is one of the characteristics of this type of learner.
Because again, that is now content they're missing out. So I have no doubt that they might have phonics down by this point, but if they're missing reading, that's now, I don't need to tell you about this, but that's substantial content that they're missing.
I hear you. It is a trade-off. Programs in an elementary schedule. Every minute is accounted for in an elementary schedule, just as in others. So anytime we have any special programming, it takes from some academic
I
time.
had no idea it was on.
I just want to add also a lot of the experiences, and you could all speak to this better than I, that the kids are engaging in are enriching fun. So I remember there was one experience where they were learning about something bitchy. So it's a deep dive. It might not just be the same content that they would have gotten their ELA block. They are.
I'll go back to my favorite example, but if that's the day that they miss Greek mythology, they're gonna pay a price for that in high school, and that's, but I'm not done with my questions, but if Mr. Peterson had a follow-up, I'm willing to.
I want to just add that exact question. I guess, is there academic literature on what the balance point is? Of how much can you take them out of an elementary curriculum for their degradation in one area or the other?
I've not seen any. I'll pass it over if you guys have.
You're
Well, it's
asking
just, you're doubling the time. Well, why not triple or quadruple it? At some point, there's going to be a loss of experience in the core curriculum. And I just didn't know if there had been any academic work on where that balance point is. If we're filling them with more content and we're not taking away from their achievement in the core curriculum by doubling the time, that's fine. But I just didn't know if there was any work that had been done on that.
I've not seen any, with that.
You understand theoretically, there will be a point, like otherwise we just haven't been gifted 100% of the time.
Are we, I think to your point, there are standards, so maybe not, the question is, are you meeting the standards for each of the grades?
So Common Core for tier one, which I think Mr. Peterson is referring to, and then the ones you're holding, which are in addition to what is expected of tier one. So when we say they're missing, they're definitely missing class. I mean, there's no doubt about that. The question is how we make up that content and skill within the time we have, and knowing that they may have missed some direct instruction there. We found with the current program, they make it up, right? Understanding that we're saying we're doubling. And your question is, at what point does the time not pay dividends anymore? I got you, yeah.
Sorry.
No, because I would say even though there are standards, that doesn't mean then that we're meeting the standards of the regular ed curriculum and that content. So it's knowing those standards maybe does satisfy that, but I would definitely want to see, obviously, I'm sure the committee's, going to get larger in terms of that feedback, because I would want to be really convinced that that was worth the trade-off, because.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
One thing that PCON has always suggested, and we've never been able to fully execute this, is curriculum compacting, where many of these students, they can take the entire, I won't use that, the entire, assessment for the unit in writing that's coming up. They can take the assessment before it's ever taught. And if they get everything correct, they shouldn't have to sit there for all that time for the next 10 weeks, whatever that unit is that the teacher's planning on going through, when they've already passed the final assessment on everything that the teacher was going to teach. It's called compacting, and it's something that we've always entertained using.
But the problem is, what if you got two kids in who are identified as gifted, one of whom can do that, one of whom can't, and now they're both getting pulled out because that's the gifted and talented window.
Conversations that we have with teachers, though, if a
That
child
still happens now.
should not be, a teacher will say to me, not today. He cannot miss this science
Well,
lesson.
that's good to know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good to know.
When I'm
Yeah.
creating my schedule and I'm sending it out in advance to the teachers and they'll say, oh, not a good day, let's leave that. And that's the beauty of being able to be at a school more often, because then I could really plan that better out with teachers. But it has been working, but I do avoid times that like they're doing reflexology and they're like, doing it again. Yeah, so.
All right, well, that's very helpful to me.
The teachers are right.
Our student's been out for a few weeks or whatever.
There's a lot of communication that happens between parents of those students that may have concerns. We've opened up every year with, if more so because we also talk to the social and emotional piece for kids and what they're going through. But if they feel as though that there's a lesson that they're struggling in, they just need to come to us and have a conversation with us that they feel they need to be there. That is okay. We can catch them up with what we're doing. And if if they have a test that's coming up, that we figure it all out. They can join another group, however it is. But it is not meant to stress students out. It is meant to extend their learning. We want them to be calm.
I just have one more question, but do you want?
That's actually a comment too.
Sure.
Just from personal experience. I was in a full day program. We went to homeroom, we left all day. We came back at the end of the day for a recap. And our teachers would give us the lesson we missed. And the responsibility was for us to get caught up by the next day. Otherwise, basically, we were told we can't go the next week when we weren't doing the work. And it worked for all of us. Again, this is many years ago and the program was different. But it worked. As long as the teachers are on board and give us the information we missed. If they want to. If not, they fall behind and they can't go to get people.
Okay. I guess my last question was regarding, because obviously this is coming based on this iteration at your current thinking, with a very significant price tag. This is likely over $500,000 right now. And I'm just gonna put out there, I'm gonna need to be convinced of that. Sorry?
That
was good.
That was fun. Agreed, except that go ahead having them learn when they're at 90 degrees. But again, jokes aside, it's, going from a 0.4 in each middle school to a 1.0. Right now, I don't see the math on that. And adding a 4.0 so that, and I definitely hear your point, but to me, it's a nice to have, not a need to have, so that the gifted teacher can attend a PPT, or that the gifted teacher is in the second grade classroom. That's not part of the curriculum. I'm not looking to pay for that right now, not at over $500,000. So I just put it again, and I'm not saying that an argument said, well, yeah, but we could spend it to serve these students, to deliver the curriculum we want. I'm gonna need to hear a lot more so again, that's just me letting you know that ahead of time.
Fine.
Sure.
One of the things we learned, last point of identification in other districts that went better was that the gifted teachers was involved in tier 1. So I spoke specifically with West Hartford. They have a program director of gifted and talented. And they make sure all of their gifted teachers are in the second grade classroom for the very reason of gifted. It has changed the equity across the district because it's no longer, from what they tell me, it is no longer about the cut score and the paper review. They have real qualitative information that they've gathered across the year in that grade before, teaching lessons in tier 1. And so that was why.
Can I ask a quick follow-up to that?
Yeah.
Couldn't that involve something that the second grade teacher was trained in what to look for?
And we've planned that in our program as well, that there's a whole lot of professional development we have to do on two ends. One with teachers receiving in third and second, as well as parents at the beginning of the year in terms of filling out forms and what's expected and so forth. So that's behind the scenes work we've been doing as well. But most certainly, that training would have to happen.
Because
Just to that point, I think you'll get more variance because you won't have that same consistent lens from the gifted teacher observing the children. If you have 3 sections of second grade, you'll have 3 different perspectives on who should be in gifted. And depending on the level of expertise, it could be a first-year teacher in one second grade, 32-year veteran another. I think just having that consistent lens of identifying and evaluating those kids, I think that's where the equity across the district.
And what I would say to that equity piece, but now you're going from 2 to 6 teachers who are doing this. Like right now, I'm sure there's a great deal of parity because 2 teachers are covering all of the elementary schools. Now you're talking about going from 2 to 6. So there's that. Also, we don't appear to have a significant identification issue in some of our schools. In terms of what these numbers are indicating, I think some schools are doing just fine with the identification. So I just point that out.
No.
And again, it's coming from, look, I think this idea of an enrichment teacher going down to first grade and kindergarten is fabulous, but our budget has got to be a trade-off. And $500,000 for this is all I just wanted to say, to put you on notice that that's something I would need to hear a lot more about.
The other thing that they were able to do in West Hartford was that the gifted teacher sat on the review. So different than what ours, not that they don't sit on it. We do it at the district level. They do school-based decision.
And I appreciate that that's blind, by the way, that your process is blind.
And then if I can just clarify your first point there with the amount, we tried to balance as we built this, the need for more time to create a more robust program, as well as to make it valuable for the students in it. So currently third happens mid-year, and it happens for about an hour every 6 days, which is a small amount of time. And fourth and fifth are essentially combined groups, which we are splitting apart in the proposal. So there's a 4th grade gifted and a 5th. So, that takes time in terms of scheduling an FTE as well, in addition to the essentially doubling of the minutes that students work.
Can I follow up, Mrs. Maxinelli?
I'm sorry.
You said that you had traveled around a lot of different districts and that you felt like you were a small department. So in districts of our size that is doing this well, what is your district? You're a department of what? How many? 3? You're a department of 3 for grades 3 to 8.
Correct.
Covering how many students?
265, 265.
But you are responsible for identifying 100% within the 3rd grade. what is best practice in terms of a department serving that amount of students?
Well, it's a completely different program, but Greenwich has the same amount of elementary schools as us, the same amount of middle schools, but only one high school. And they had over 20.
That's a very different program.
Very different, very different. It's an accelerated, it's all mathematics as far as I know.
That whole L program is
It's not really gifted and talented, it's just advanced
You met
math.
with her about 3 years ago. She came and consulted a person from Greenwich, so everything could be different and changed, but we like them just because they have our numbers of the amount of schools, so we were just curious about that.
The smaller schools that are around us have a gifted teacher in each element.
1.0.
Weston.
Right, but they have, one middle school that,
They're all different.
and then Norwalk had, they have a lot of gifted teachers as well.
So the elementary are essentially in 2 buildings every day, if not something more servicing.
Sorry.
Just a couple other comments. This would be an argument for identifying in second grade in preparation for third grade. When there's a situation, which we've seen in the past, like at Osborne Hill, where there's just an enormous number in a certain grade coming through. And then it's like, oh, time for gifted and talented. And like more than half the class leaves the classroom. It's really, really disruptive. So, I mean, I would think that that could be helpful. I don't know how often that happens, but I've seen it happen. So,
What we've been able to do that was also split those kids up. So we don't have 20 kids coming out of a classroom or out of a grade. We're able to work that time.
okay, that's good, because I've definitely seen it other ways. So that was just an argument I make so that the classrooms could be balanced for that kind of thing. The other idea that I wanted to touch upon, which was one that I had suggested through the survey, was around like this idea of project fairs or community-wide events. Is that something that you're looking at? Because that's extremely exciting to me. And you didn't mention it. So how might that look for across?
Yeah, currently, because of last year I was in Tomlinson, Ludlow and Tomlinson. So I was able to just walk the kids and there was no budgeted, I just, we went over, did mock trial competitions against one another. We did project fairs, did assemblies together. That was easier to do, but we would need more. We would need a budget to be able to bus, especially with your group.
Yeah, years ago, we had more. They married the gifted program. I married with everybody, but first we were married with the IIT, the assistant principal. You could do that in a school as well as the gifted teacher. Then it was STEAM and gifted, so you were running around with a card with kids, but then you went and did gifted, different things. But when there were more of us, when we had more of us, even splitting, we would do, I used this from one time, we did a whole hunger banquet based on our Feed the World unit, I think that was called. We would rent the space at Fairfield U. They gave it to us for free, this giant hall of a room, and we'd have all the kids there and bring in guest speakers and do mystery things. And yeah, that was something we would do, and there were 9 of us. We had more people getting on buses with more kids from schools. Now it's really hard.
Schools can't offer help. They can't offer assistance. They can't put a para on with kids. They don't have subs for teachers to go. So there's a whole staffing issue that goes along with combining this as well as busing.
So I've just seen that personally working very well, and not just like 2 classes, I'm talking like district-wide, the whole program.
Let me tell you one thing, couple good things came out of COVID, but our kids showed up. They showed up. They were online begging for more time, and we were there for them. But we were able to mix kids virtually to talk with one another and bring in scientists to talk with all the kids for special things. We had many of them. And from that, we built a gifted website, and then we had gifted Google Classrooms where kids could go in and out of each other's and learn from each other. And so some of that still remains, not as much, because when I'm in one school, I can't have my kids getting on and talking at another school because they're in their class.
There's nobody there to
There's
watch
nobody
them,
on the other side.
monitor.
But we would love to be able to do more.
Love it.
Yeah.
We agree. exciting.
Really, could be really
Okay.
exciting for the community.
I wanna
Can I
move
just
this
ask
up.
one more question? So, and this, we don't have to answer it now, but it's important to me. When we talk about attendance, the win period is something that we hadn't gotten feedback on. So, and actually, I had asked on multiple occasions if during when, that would be when gifted students would be served. And in fact, the answer was no, probably not. So this is good feedback that it's.
So when is
For
for both
flex.
elementary school?
We're talking about middle school only, middle school.
So the flex time?
Yes, flex time. Or
Yeah.
when, what are we calling it now?
Yeah, flex. I'm
Middle
sorry,
school
what was
flex.
the question?
Middle schools call it flex time.
Okay, so it is during flex time or it's not during flex time?
Flex time's offered twice a week in each middle school on the same days. They fall on Tuesdays and Fridays. I could, because I'm split between 3 schools, can't be one school on a Tuesday and a Friday. So we're not, but if I was in one school, I would be using that Tuesday and that Friday.
But you're pulling them out exclusively during their flex time, not during other times. Okay.
Yes.
To that.
All right, last question, Mr.
I just have a quick question about the funding and kind of a follow-up. It's Max Canelli's. I have no problem with the $500,000. I see it as, we definitely need of our special needs kids. That many kids would not be an issue. I just want to make sure the funding is in the right place, whether it needs to be FFE, or it has to be a small bus taking them to their teacher, at a school. I don't know which ones make sense, but I have no problem with the funding, just how it's used.
I'd love to flesh out that idea.
Tried it in the
Yeah.
past.
Especially if they stay within their feeder pattern, because they're gonna know the kid, middle school, they're gonna know the kid.
I'd like to hold off on funding conversations till we get to the budget process, because there's a lot more to flush out. I think if we're gonna do a program and we're gonna do it right, it's going to take some sort of investment. I don't know what that'll look like. James and I have had some conversation on how we can maximize whatever funding that we may request during the budget, so I'd like to hold off. It's kind of early.
But the bottom of the short is, in order to create a more robust gifted and
It's gonna cost
talented
some more money.
program and to service more kids and expand the operations, you're gonna need more money and more FTE. It's pretty much that simple, right? I mean, they're-
Pretty much that simple, yes.
Or the time would have to remain the same, which we could build a program around. It's 1 hour for a half of the year for 3rd grade and 2 hours every 2 years for 4th. That currently works with the 11.
And regardless of whatever time we were given, we do really believe that that identification process should be different than what we're currently doing.
And only in 3rd grade still, because again, we used to do 3 times.
Well, that was because the budget, cut, not because I
So
chose that.
is that part of the budget increase, is that you would choose to use the testing more often to a broader range of students? Would you go back to 247? Let's just say we had all the money in the world. You wouldn't go back to 247.
I don't see how testing again in 4th would help.
37?
And actually, I think the research suggests that the numbers really don't change.
It's norm
So
data.
it's really just for new students then that you meet that need for as they come in. Okay, awesome.
We really want the number to be the main factor.
Okay.
But
We're looking at other things.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Your memo.
Me too.
Yeah, it's in there.
Sure?
Yes.
I find it.
It's the only one that has the.
Word until I can find it.
It was inside this one.
That would be tough.
That's it.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, moving on. New business discussion and updates of July 10th, 2024 superintendent's memo on White, Jennings and Burr. This is a memo that the Board of Education received, as it states, on July 10th. And haven't had the opportunity to discuss it as a board, so that's why it is on for tonight. So with that, I will turn it over to the superintendent. Signature memo.
So there was a lot of discussions back in June about some possibilities that we wanted to at least have an initial conversation with the architects on what could be feasible regarding some of those options that were discussed at the board table. I think it was made pretty clear that anything in regards to adding, expanding space at Burr Elementary School would be extremely difficult. There'd be, as they mentioned, many challenges and hurdles that would need to be overcome. And given the wetlands, given the current space, it just wouldn't be feasible. So that kind of put us out into focusing on what we had discussed regarding Jennings and Dwight, and whatever work would be done at those two facilities, adding ECC classrooms at those two sites. That would allow then for 3 sites within the district, one being the Fairfield Ward High School site, Maine, and then 2 sites, one at Jennings, one at Dwight. You could also ask, and there would be some significant challenges in building a 10 classroom ECC over at Jennings alone, because that was discussed as well. And adding a second floor, as the architects had indicated, you could read at the bottom, the last paragraph would require further investigation. Was concerns expressed about the investment without a clear understanding of the benefits of having a second floor. So we moved forward with the discussion of looking solely more deeply at Jennings and Dwight. As you can see with the 2 reports, the feasibility study that was provided, the narrative, they suggested a new Dwight Elementary School, which included an ECC expansion of 5 classrooms and all the necessary support spaces, and also a feasibility study that included Jennings Elementary School being renovated using the current footprint of the building and expanding just ECC classroom and support space for Jennings Elementary. That does not include, I went back and checked today, any additional space for the K-5 component of the building. It would just be renovating and reorganizing the current structure and classrooms and space within the current footprint of the Jennings Elementary School site. So that's what we have to work with right now.
Okay, so I just want to stay on the memo since
Yep.
that's a later agenda item,
Sure.
but does anyone have questions on just the memo? Mr. Pearson.
One of the interesting things that I noticed in the memo was this notion that adding additional students to a building designed for a 504 capacity would be challenging without plans to expand or remodel the main building as well. And I understand that we're trying to put ECC classrooms in places where there's already space that we can use within an elementary school. But was it ever considered to build standalone buildings? You think about Ward is effectively a standalone. They don't use any of the space in the building. And we do have some larger campus areas elsewhere in town. I keep thinking about Riverfield. Riverfield has the same size acreage as Dwight and is kind of much closer to population centers in the town. Obviously, there's an issue with just tacking something onto a 504 building, but was there any discussion of anything being standalone?
So it's interesting you mentioned that we've had some discussions in the last week or so about what it would be to revisit a standalone building as a one site. Technically not a one site. We would always remain in the Ward site. We are very happy with that space and it serves us well. But then a second site ECC, and possibly asking what that could look like in terms of cost. Rather than add wings and everything else. But again, I think you'd still have to put in basically another small size school with 5 classrooms, 6 classrooms, what have you. Some sort of gymnasium. It wouldn't have to be obviously a large gymnasium for pre-K, cafeteria to be able to feed the children, unless there was some way to connect to an existing building and what the possibilities were to utilize some of that space. But that's an interesting concept.
I mean, I just, one of the things about the Dwight site that I keep coming back to is it's just not near a population center in town. And obviously it'd be very convenient for people on top of Greenfield Hill who are already driving far. My brain keeps coming back to Riverfield. Riverfield is very central. It's a 30-acre site. There's kind of opportunities to have separate entrances to that site. Osborne Hill, not quite as western or central, but has a very big, and you could enter from Valley View, have a completely separate entrance. I understand the point of not adding something to a 504. I also understand, kind of contra my own argument, the idea that if we have something that is separate, it may be more difficult to repurpose later on. That an area attached to an elementary school may not have that issue if we change instructional patterns. But I just want to know if that was something that was discussed. But
I mean, we just, again, internally have talked a little bit about that in just the recent week and a half or so. It's nothing that we've officially asked anyone to take a look at, but it is something that's crossed our mind about, hey, if we went back to the concept or the idea of a 1 site or 1.5 site ECC, whatever you call
Wouldn't that
it.
be Bona Terrace?
Could be.
Bona Terrace has.
Could be, yes.
but recall during those discussions, there was also concern about spending a lot of money in a flood zone, and I think we would need to have those discussions as a board too. But I'm not closed to that either.
Mr. Cosner, just on the memo, please.
Yeah, just on the memo. Thank you for providing this. I appreciate it. Just moving forward, hopefully board members, when they give ideas, look at GIS maps with flood maps and wetlands and whatnot. Because there's one school that has a lot of it. I believe Riverfield's another school that has a lot of wetlands and floodlands, which honestly, I don't think a building would be possible there. It'd be really nice if everyone looks at that stuff, because we start going down rabbit holes and it's a lot of work for us. We're just trying to be efficient here.
So, Flynn, sorry.
In the first paragraph, it says that for Jennings, or for Dwight, that a 378 was used. This is kind of like catty cornering. Maybe I'll hold that question. Oh, yeah, it's not just on the memos.
Okay.
I'll hold it. Thank you, sorry.
Mrs. Maxine.
First, I just want to clarify, you said on just the memo, are these later on the agenda?
Those are part of the backup for the waterfall.
Okay. My question was about the long paragraph at the bottom, and I'm not looking to make an argument, just looking to understand it. Adding a second floor to the current building would require further investigation, and some concerns were expressed about the investment without a clearer understanding of the benefits. We have several schools that have 2 floors. I don't understand the lack of clarity, like what's not clear about how that would be a benefit. If you build up on an existing footprint, you get more space. Isn't that the benefit? I don't understand what isn't understood here about what would be a benefit of a second floor.
Well, what would go up on this? So if we were adding the 5 classrooms, there is feasibility, and Angela's can correct me if I'm wrong. And we'll get to this later. There is feasibility to add the ECC expansion for 5 classrooms solely onto Jennings as it is. The second floor, then, what would we be getting from the second floor?
Well,
Because then the first
I
floor, what
understand.
would we be?
Well, number one, you'd get more space.
Right.
Which
For,
we're seeing what happens when we don't build out to a 504 at Mill Hill. So to lose the opportunity to add classroom space with a district that's going to start to swing up in terms of its elementary school enrollment. Now, maybe this should just be deferred to the waterfall part of the discussion. I was unclear on why the benefits of that wouldn't be clear.
we weren't clear what would the second floor provide us?
Who's going up there?
Who's going up there?
3, 4, and 5.
Okay, and then we would get what on the first floor?
Then you outright are building more classrooms.
Right. But I don't know at what point we'd need those classrooms.
Right? That was the argument the Board of Finance made several years ago about Mill Hill. And we need that space. That's what I'm agreeing. It's not that there's a number there right now. I understand that point. I guess I didn't understand why it wasn't clear what a possible benefit would be from a second floor. we can build a bigger school.
I think Mill Hill's unique in the sense that we have CLCs there that I don't think anybody thought would be there. If we didn't have those two CLCs, I don't think Mill Hill would be having the same conversation about space.
Well, we also made it a smaller school.
Oh, that was,
Sorry, Ms. Teresa?
Just to follow up on that, when I had mentioned some people have referred to it as ECC mega site or whatever at Jennings. What I had said, instead of adding them on to Dwight, we could put all of them at Jennings if that was possible. What I was envisioning when I thought we were talking before was expanding out that 5 classrooms would be new ECC classrooms. We would repurpose 5 classrooms in the existing building and move 5 classrooms to the second floor of the new wing.
gotcha.
So kind of moving, let's say, 5th grade up there.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, no, I get exactly. I think one of the concerns that having the discussion was we'd need more alterations to expanding cafeteria, expanding gymnasium, art class, so
And that's-
those kind of things.
And
would
that's,
then-
so then, to this point then, so what the architect is saying is there would be room for the 5 classroom wing, whether it be 1 floor or 2 floor, but there's no room for expansion within the building or in addition to that wing.
The addition was,
expand.
right, the addition besides the 5 classrooms, I think Angelus mentioned it. I think they were talking about 19,000 square feet.
Not including setbacks. You know,
Right,
that-
Right,
yeah, the
correct.
subtract-
And then not wanting to lose the field, playground space and those kind of outdoor spaces.
So there's no room to do the additional work on that site that would be needed for the full expansion.
Correct.
In excess of the 5 classroom wing.
Correct.
So what you're saying is the 5.
5 classroom
wing could
and
be
some-
absorbed
and
into
some
the
other-
Existing infrastructure.
Correct. Correct. And you can see what they've outlined here when we get to it. So we're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
Okay, but when you do, it'll explain what their scope of the addition, the expansion would include.
Mhm. All right, thank you for putting that together. And of course, if we need to reference it later, we can, but we're gonna move on to the next thing. Discussion updates, first reading of the capital waterfall and cash flow, Mr. Papa George. We got lots of late backup, today. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at the right waterfall. So to be clear, the waterfall that we should be looking at is the one that the sum total is 3.6 and not 3.37. Is that correct, Mr. Papa George?
The one that was at the table.
They're both at the table.
Can we have the date from the lower
Yeah, the
right-hand
date.
corner? Are we going off of everything that's dated 8/27 as opposed to 8/23?
That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
So 8/23 can and should be thrown out.
So only the one that says there's no enclosure stamp on it.
Yep.
Okay, so 8/23 I'm gonna throw away.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like it.
And there are 2 packages of these.
This one.
So one says 8/23, one says 8/27. Throw away 8/23. And we got cash flow today. So that came. And we have these 2 preliminary feasibility reports. That came this afternoon. Those are all available online for people who are following along home. So, what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna hope to do this in an orderly fashion, so we're not jumping around all over the place and just go like section by section, like let's start with district wide, then we'll move to Burr, Jennings, et cetera. So that's what we're gonna do. Before we start, is there anything you'd like to open up with Mr. Papa George on this?
Just an apology for the last minute changes that happened just after the facilities committee was made updates. Then with the emails I received, we made some additional updates this week. That's why you have the new ones today. Some last minute changes on.
Okay. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open it up and we're gonna talk about district-wide first. This encompasses obviously the AC projects, so there's new numbers in here. We just had the HVAC building committee, which I'm grateful they were able to come. I had asked for them to come because I knew that these new numbers were coming out in case anyone had questions for them, so. Open up to the floor. Anything on district-wide?
Can I just
We are on
ask
the
one?
waterfall.
But this littler one,
That is a
That's a change.
summary of changes that have happened
That's a
on
change.
the waterfall.
Just change.
The last one, since the last you've seen that.
heading would help. So calling this summary of changes is correct?
Normally we have that cover sheet that has the green, the red, et cetera.
Back to the damn colors.
Yeah. But the waterfall that we're talking about in the cash flow are these two much larger documents. All right, all right. Sorry.
I speak about the air conditioning projects for a moment. So what the building committee was telling you today is that they did based on, they did their reports and their estimates based on construction feasibility, what the best way from a construction standpoint would be to handle these projects. We looked at it as, where does it fit within the town budget and where does it fit within the board's decisions that the elementary schools were the priority? So White and Jennings projects have to fall within there because they are currently still two elementary schools that are air conditioned. So that's why we chose to move projects around on the waterfall to make them fit. And just to give you a summary, the difference for all the projects, by moving them to where they are on, that you see on the waterfall versus where the building committee had them placed, is an up cost of $15.4 million over all the project changes from Tomlinson, Ledlow, Ward, with the escalations out. And again, these are not, these are based on their design development phase, schematic design phase that they are at right now. September, end of September, they will be coming back to the board, to the committee with design development numbers, which will adjust these slightly, hold, or make them stay where they are.
I'm sorry, I was confused by something that you say, the difference in the district-wide numbers for the AC is only $15.4 million?
By adjusting them from what the building committee.
Oh, I see.
put
Okay.
forwards to what we put on the waterfall to make the other projects fall within the tank.
Okay, just I want to be clear that at the last December 23 waterfall, talking about district-wide projects of $81 million, now we're looking at 136.
Yes, no, this is just.
Just that.
Just in regards to that and just in regards to the numbers that they presented.
Okay.
Wait, is 15 up or down?
Up. By escalating out some of the larger projects to make room for the Dwight and the Jennings projects, that's what we would be looking at.
But what about with their idea of packaging or any pre-purchasing? None of that is factored into
None of
this?
that is factored in yet because they're not on development yet. So once those numbers come in, and again, we looked at it as a standpoint of priority being the elementary schools, then moving on and including in that, the priority being where does it fit within the town overall budget to get projects done, which the cash flow shows. And that's where we didn't look at it as a construction level, how to make it work. Construction, we looked at how to make it work with what we're trying to get accomplished first and the budgets that we have.
I'm just gonna follow up on that because that's not exactly what we have in front of us, because we do have an air conditioning project moving forward this year as well as an elementary school. And then also in a similar year, we have an AC project at another elementary school. So they weren't prioritized, they were happening in the same year.
Happening in the same year, they were just, the projects were moved, I shouldn't say prioritized, you're right. The larger projects and the smaller ones, so you'll see Tomlinson, do a smaller project.
Coupled with, right, pairing it with
a project.
I mean, if we move the whole waterfall into one column, the town could save a lot of money.
Yes.
Right. I mean, right? I mean, that's just what it is. If we just approved all of these projects in 1 year, it would save tens of millions of dollars. So
I know someone said it during the committee meeting, ideally to get approval for the entire air conditioning project, the total cost of it.
Right,
Would be, to get it approved and then go back to the committees and say, okay, this is where we're at this phase and this is what we need to bond in the cash flow for this year to make this continue to move, would actually be able to make things happen, because then we could say, well, if we bought switchgear for both high schools this year, we could make that, and it's already approved funding, so there's a lot with it.
A little caveat about that idea, though. Okay, sorry, Mrs. Kelly. Anything else on district-wide? Okay, anyone else? Nobody on AC? Anybody has questions on HVAC? Mrs. Slim, what is your question?
So originally the HVAC IAQ committee had Ludlow bumped out they had moved around the order. So this was realigned.
This is aligned to what we feel is the best, not the best construction approach to it, but the best.
For the best for the district.
For the district, yeah.
So obviously, if you're looking at this, the priority is being put on Tomlinson, which is a smaller project, and then heading right into Ludlow, which seemed to be kind of the most complex of what is left to do of the phase 2 through 5. Would you say that's a correct?
Ludlow is the most complex one, yes.
So where it's falling, you guys are feeling comfortable that that priority, where you've kind of placed it, is where it needs to be?
It's where it needs to be and where it fits. I'm saying the reason Tomlinson could go first in this coming year is because we're requesting also as we move down, I apologize for jumping ahead, but the Dwight seed money is also in that year. So it would fit within the seed money, still keep us.
So not everything is gonna fit perfectly, but you've done a good job of where you see a little room in that capital amount to say, all right, let's get Tomlinson there and then get Ludlow as close up as possible so we can see that escalation. So I'm articulating kind of that process between that committee and your work.
Yes.
I do still have a little bit of concern with Ludlow ahead of Jennings. Only a year, but kind of a lot to ask for in a /2 year span. Knowing that we're planning as money. I would love to see personally Jennings started on Jennings and then ask for DC and work on it. I know they're both probably 2-year projects. It's difficult, but
They are 2-3 year project, and we were also trying to figure out also with that his capacity, because Dwight would be ending at that point, because Dwight is a 3-year project. So to take on an air conditioning, which is a separate type of project than an actual building project like Jennings would give us the capacity, our staff to make those projects fall in line.
what is the cost of AC at Jennings, the existing building?
Wait, we're not on that. Just, can we stay just on district-wide? Start jumping around everywhere, it's gonna get chaos. Mr. Lee.
Jennings has no HVAC at all, correct?
Jennings only has split units.
And then White only has a couple split units.
Some Dwight, that's split units, some air conditioning.
With the different push that we're having from the state and everything, from elementary school to ECC, would it be better for us to work on the Dwight and the Jennings kind of situation, which will help alleviate more, check more of the boxes than say focusing now on Ludlow? I get it, it's cheaper, but we check more boxes if you fix the Dwight or Jennings situation on what we're seeing, then Ludlow has, more or less, has air conditioning except for the 3rd floor.
Well, no, it doesn't really have air
Well-
conditioning. The 3rd floor is the worst floor, but it's not the only area not air
But
conditioned.
compared to a Dwight and Jennings that basically has none,
That's why we moved Dwight forwards. We were supposed to ask for seed money this year and wait 2 years for that project. We would like, now that we've gotten more direction from the board as to what we think the Dwight site will look like with the new build, with the 5 additional classrooms with support spaces for an ECC program. Now that we have that, we feel more comfortable moving forwards with asking for the seed money, and we think we'd be able to get designed and ready for bidding sooner, so we can move that out. Instead of having a 2-year gap for doing that design work, we can move that in. Again, the Jennings project would overlap the Dwight if we moved it in, and we'd have 2 construction projects running at the same time. That's why we spaced it out there and we put the other school, we put Ludlow in between. We also hear as you all hear, multiple concerns about the 3rd floor at Ludlow. So the quicker we could get that started as well, as they said today, phasing it in would require some more design and more detailed organizations for what they can do, but there's possibilities there. So we wanted to start getting that on the radar as well as soon as possible.
Flynn.
Do you have any insight into the availability? I know, last round we were kind of first in line for the HVAC grants from the state. I think is that still, do you see that another round of that coming? Do you have any anticipation in that?
Email yesterday to the board, there are no more
Chair.
rounds. The third round of applications has been suspended. There is no more funding available. There are no more applications.
There's no tap for HVAC anymore.
So it has to get incorporated into a construction project reimbursement, generally speaking, versus a separate HVAC grant.
There are no more HVAC grants.
Right, but it would be
Right,
eligible for just a construction grant,
correct.
right? So there is money, it's just a different bucket.
It's a different, just to correct.
So does that change, just to be clear for the public, the change that Mr. Testani is talking about, how the state has canceled round 3 of HVAC specific grants, does that impact any of the projects on this waterfall where they sit today? They don't. So that's the good news for us at this point. So hopefully those might come back at the state level, but they are still eligible. So the reimbursement rates that you have for these HVAC grants are not per the HVAC specific competitive funding, just regular reimbursement on a project.
They are regular reimbursement. The caveat to that is we're never guaranteed reimbursement. We use 26% because that's our town's state standard right now. There's never a guarantee of that, but that's what we use as for our waterfall numbers to project out. And we would have to, again, build it into a construction project as opposed to a standalone HVAC project like we did with the 3 first phase programs.
Yeah, two things actually, because that just brought up something I saw that one first. With regard to reimbursements on HVAC and grants and whatnot, I thought before that traditionally HVAC projects standalone were not eligible, right?
That's why we have to attach it to something.
Tied to a construction project.
But not every project can be tied to a construction project.
There are at the buildings to upgrade as well as make it an air conditioning project. We couple that into our security, our HVAC. I'm thinking.
Tomlinson, yeah, I mean, there's like boiler replacements, partial roof replacements. Bathrooms.
Are they gonna see through that? I mean, are they really gonna, we've never done that. Is there a precedent that AC work can be tied to
We're
ADA
doing it right
compliance
now,
work?
phase 1.
Because that's grant money.
That's the grant.
That's grant money.
It's different. So it's not the same.
The 26% is never guaranteed. They just subsidize it and say, okay, because of your project, we will give you 16% because of the size of the project and the scope. So we use 26% on the waterfall because that's traditionally what we've done, but it's never a guaranteed reimbursement. That's when we ask for the capital project, we always ask for the full amount. The potential reimbursement.
And to Mr. Lee, you mentioned check boxes and timing of projects. And I would say that, yeah, Jennings coming first does have a lot of check boxes, but it actually has check boxes to make that the first project of anything, because Jennings would then allow alleviation from Stratfield, McKinley, and everything. So I think that opens up a whole other point. So it's not just check boxes for.
Oh, no, that's what I meant through the whole.
2 schools. Yes, I know we need to do the 2 schools. Start to talk about check boxes. Jennings has the most check boxes.
Correct, that's what I meant.
That's a matter of opinion, but let's wait for that till we get there.
Well, that's what I meant, the check box as far as what we could do as far as alleviating the extra classrooms and stuff. So I apologize if I'm unclear with that.
All right, anything else on district-wide? The only thing I wanted to clarify is the tunnel basement, the asbestos project. That went up a significant amount, and that was because it got pushed out a few years.
It was moved,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, so it wasn't a matter of change in scope, it was just that it got pushed out a number of years from where we originally had it last year. And that costed almost $500,000. Okay. All right. Anyone have anything on Burke? No? Okay. What? Mr. Peterson?
I'm gonna ask the big question. It moved up with two questions. The $74 million from 50 million. It's been moved forward 1 year. And I noticed that prep work is 2.5 times the value in our last iteration of the waterfall. I'm sure that some of the answers are in this. Yeah, that's one of them. Those are some big numbers.
They are.
Especially since when we were having these conversations a year and a half ago, it was difficult to defend the 58.8 million in the community, and now here we are at 74.
We are at 74 with a conceptual design number. And that's going to be my big push. And I'm going to say it over and over tonight. We are conceptual design. We're going to ask for seed money for this project, and that's from conceptual design to schematic design, which is what the AC committee was there at tonight. And then from there to design development, which is what the AC committee will be at the end of September. And that's when the numbers, I have a little chart. So conceptual design to build documents. And this is the slope that we hope to take. We hope that we aren't taking this slope, which we are moving up as we get closer to the design documents, because that means the cost is going up instead of down to the reasonable place. We feel that the 74 is within a reasonable window for this type of project. And that as we get from conceptual design to designs and schematic, then we'll be able to fine tune that even more. I think we all personally learned a very valuable lesson with using schematic design numbers last year with air conditioning. We're jumping the gun because we wanted to get into the grant program. So we used schematic design numbers, and that's why we ended up where we were, having to go back to committees and say we needed additional funding for that.
I get that, and I totally understand the purpose, of the phase of the project that we're in. But I mean, you say that at the same time that this Jennings number, not that go ahead, has come down on the waterfall. So I guess the question is going to be, other town bodies are going to ask, like what are the big areas driving that 74, spike to 74 million?
So the difference is that the Dwight project would be a complete new build. It would get I'm gonna cheat on my sheet here. Dwight proposed square footage would be 60,000 square foot new build for a Dwight Elementary School. It would be a 15,000 square foot addition for an ECC using $750 a square foot is where we're coming up with that number. And that's in the book. You'll have it in there. So that's how we're coming up with those numbers. Whereas at Jennings, it's a 15,000 square foot addition, 15 for the ECC area. And that's using $750 a square foot for that additional area. For the reconfiguration, revamp, adding air conditioning to the Jennings, the architects felt comfortable using a $200 a square foot for the revamp of the existing building, because we're not expanding out at that point. We're just doing a remodel, revamp, and adding means of fresh air and cooling. Again, it's in the book.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm
I'm sorry.
sorry.
I'm sorry. Did you have another question? I'm sorry.
Well, you can take it. I don't know that that's a satisfactory answer, because take it. But
To go backwards, because we brought up Jennings. The Jennings number, the addition, does that include adding HVAC to it? Because I know the construction cost is HVAC to the existing building is 9 million. Does that 9 million include?
Are you jumping ahead to Jennings?
Yeah, we're just on.
Brought it up, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, so please, if we could just keep you orderly, let's stay on one project at a time. Dwight. Mrs. Flynn.
So when you're looking at I'm just a little, I'm confused between the memo. So the memo states that all the work done for Dwight was at 378 capacity, correct? So the square footage is 60,000 square feet, which is the same as, well, North Stratfield is 61, Riverfield is 59, Stratfield is 64. So those are all 504 builds. Why are we building a 378 to the same square footage as a 504?
It's in the facilities plan that you guys got tonight, but you guys voted on it a while ago. There's different deficiencies now in the buildings. For instance, the gym size.
Okay.
There's additional small spaces, CLC spaces needed. So using an older version of the facilities plan and the deficiencies, so that's why we can't.
So while the 378, all the all the classroom spaces fit, there's such deficiencies at Dwight that we need those additional square footages just to meet the needs of the student population for K through 5.
Yeah, we have now the STEM programs, we have the music programs, we don't want them on stages anymore. Additional.
I gotta follow up with that. I don't understand that. We have a renovated Holland Hill and Mill Hill, a 441 and a 504, and those are smaller than 60,000 square feet. So if I listen to that, that means we just spent $50 million building two schools that don't meet our kids' needs.
They're meeting the kids' needs at this point.
At this point, what does that mean? They're not gonna meet them in the future?
Speak about the future, right?
Well, right, so
we can look at the 60 and.
I just gotta follow up because it cannot possibly be that a 378 building, including these deficiencies, would be bigger than many of our 504s that have been recently renovated. And if Jennings, which we're not getting to, is a 378 as well, and you're gonna spend $40 million on a 378, plus all their deficiencies, plus the ECC wing, and you're saying that can be 60,000 square feet. To me, on paper, what is happening here is that Dwight has been hyperinflated by 10,000 square feet.
We'll let me work with the
I
architect.
can't understand how a 378 would be 60,000 square feet.
I will follow up with the architects, what their rationale was for it, and I will get back to you.
Especially given our other schools, but sorry, Mrs. Flynn, were you done?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
To kind of piggyback though on what you said, Mill Hill and Holland Hill were renovations, this is a complete tear down and build up, right? So the renovation with the additions is not an option at Dwight?
Dwight would be a challenge because of the geographic, the multi-levels of the geograph, plus the property lines where the current building sits. They're not completely ruling it out and saying not an option at all, but they're saying very challenging.
Just like a Mill Hill was challenging option site. Done.
Mr. Kresnok?
I just want to add to the question on the square footage. I've been doing some research. There's a similar school being built over in Westport, Long Lots. You're actually building an 83,000 square foot building.
What was that?
83,000 square foot building. However, it's supposed to house 800 students. So 75 seems high for a lot less students.
As I said, let me get to the architect and find out their rationale for size.
Sorry, Mr. Asa?
Yeah, so going down the line of a renovation, I understand if we were to do a full renovation. I mean, obviously, if we do a renovation at Dwight, I would want it to be renovated like new. And I understand there's some complexities, but if we took the ECC wing out of the project and we use the existing footprint and maybe did a small addition for spaces or whatever, why couldn't we be looking at that for even 300 a square foot for more complexities versus 750 a square foot? And if it were 10,000 less, you're looking at a $65 million project instead of a 74 million. I mean, still, it just seems like, I guess I don't understand.
So I will say that my interpretation was incorrect. I was trying to follow the facilities committee's guide as to what we were looking at, because we can go down every rabbit hole and look at every direction, what what can fit where, one, and I'm more than happy to do it, but that means we're years away from getting any project.
Well, we've always talked at the board table about looking at both options. I'm not talking about going down a rabbit hole of 10 different options. I'm talking about the comparison of a new build versus a renovate the existing footprint with maybe a little extra to see, is it exponentially less money? Can we get those kids a like new school for a lot less? And then we have to tackle the ECC space somewhere else? Or, I mean, I understand we can't put it onto the existing footprint. I understand.
Yep.
But I guess I'm just a little lost at why we can't look at those two options, why that would delay us years.
Well, I shouldn't say, I mean, years as, not as the solely delay as the Dwight project, but then we're looking at where is the ECC going? My understanding, and I apologize to the committee if I was incorrect, is that ECC was a priority because we're bursting and we need to get room. So by linking it into the schools, we were able to kind of, instead of kicking the can down the road for the ECC, we're able to kind of combine a project and get a long-term solution to.
And we can also get higher reimbursement.
Yeah, I guess I just like, if we were to get Dwight done, we get these kids the school that they have, but it's like new. And we spend half the amount of money hypothetically, like I'm just, okay. And we take a fraction of that half a savings and put 5 classrooms on another building, which clearly if that can be done at Jennings, it could be done somewhere else without having to greatly expand the infrastructure. Why? I'm not talking about going down black holes to delay things. I want to get things moving. But I also want to be reasonable when we go and ask for let's just say 65 instead of 74 million. We should probably know and be prepared to say, what would it cost? And we know the square footage cost to add 5 classrooms on another building, roughly. Right? It's what is it, $1 million a classroom?
I won't say Jennings, but the number to add the square footage to another school is, I'm sorry, I cannot tell you that right now. I have the reimbursement. I don't have the actual total cost. It's a 26. Thank you.
26 million just for the ECC wing at Jennings.
Well, I guess I'm saying 750 a square foot.
I agree with you. There's an issue with the dollars.
2 things to that point. We were just told there were a lot of deficiencies at the current building, so you gotta add those deficiencies, 1. And 2, if you're gonna go down the renovation path, where are you gonna put all the students? You gotta do portables again?
Well, we would do it like we've done. I mean, yeah, I mean, if it were a temporary thing to get them a like new building for half the cost, yeah, I would consider whatever we needed.
With all the issues there, I don't personally think you can do temporary. I may be wrong, but there's things that gotta be moved out of there that you can't have students in that building.
It may be like a building from 1962 with the issues that has had not a single drop of fresh air in it since 1962, basically, other than, temporary things. That actually renovating it could be more expensive than actually building it new at this point. Trying to fix the issues with a 60-year plus 70-year building by the time we're done. And at some point, buildings are done, like they're done.
And
You have to build
to your
new,
point,
right?
that may be accurate.
Right.
But we're gonna get asked that question.
Of course we are, yes, and I think that that's fair enough to say, how do we know it's not more expensive, less, I personally think it's gonna be more expensive, but, and trying to fix something that's 70 years old, and at some point the town has to be able to say, well, what are you gonna do when you need a new high school? What are you gonna do when you need to replace all of these schools? Because they're not gonna last forever, but Mr. Lee.
I think I'm in agreement with a lot of my colleagues here, but I don't think being delayed. I think the important part is, look, we need to come up with that seed money and we need to give the right direction of what we want. And that's what happened with Fairfield Woods. That's what's happened before. You get that seed money, I'm all for getting the seed money. And if they come back and say, you need to build new with an ECC, or you need to do a renovation like new with an ECC, without ECC, here are options. We need at this point, we know Dwight and Jennings have to be on that list first to, like I said, to make all the check boxes and help out everything in elementary school. We can't sit here with a sticker shock until we actually have some clarity, right? And once we have that decision, it comes back to the board, that we've done it with other projects, Riverfield, Holland Hill, Mill Hill. Then you have something to talk about. I think our next step is we need to get that seed money and show, because at the end of the day, if it costs 70 million, that's what the cost is, and if the town can move forward with it, they will, right? That's gonna be out of our hands. Our goal is to make sure the boards and everything else in front get the right numbers for what's the right fit for the best for these kids, and what we need to do to alleviate some of the problems we have. So I think sitting here, we all know this is probably exaggerated by a lot, but until we actually do a deep dive on what we can do at those schools, it's just talk. And the more we talk, that's where it gets to live.
Can I just make a point of clarity? I would warn against language like exaggerated a lot. I don't think our administrators have done that there might be some discrepancies, but I don't want the public to think at all that this board is using anybody of artificially inflating numbers.
And just a follow-up to that, just looking at, and I know we're at Dwight, but looking at that memo and the work that was done by administration and kind of the concerns, not just about, I think, if you look historically at just Mill Hill, it's, just losing 2 or 3 classrooms. But if you look at, the intent of these preschool spaces, it's not just 5 classrooms, 5 classrooms plus. 5 classrooms plus everything that's needed to support those services. So a small gym, a cafeteria. So I get really hesitant to kind of look historically backwards to spaces that are, the ones that have been mentioned so far, are Riverfield, which was just recently renovated, a Mill Hill, like any of these other locations, instead of focusing on the forward, we know that Dwight is an imperative to be in the front. That's why it's in front of the waterfall. And to build in a location like that on top of it has always been my precedent. So I get concerned when we're talking about those 5 classrooms without kind of like the amount of space that it really, what it's gonna look like in totality.
What exactly do we get for this seed money? Like, is it strictly this one project, and then if we decide, well, wait a minute, we want a different version, we want this, like, what exactly do we get for 4.4 million?
We would take this from the conceptual design that we have now, all the way up to construction documents with a building committee, with approved funding, and move forward. So we need a direction from the board. This is what we're doing, is Dwight with the 5 additions. So that is the type, we would have to come up with a ed spec to provide to the building committee. Once the seed money is established, we would ask for a building committee, which we would require ed specs to move forward with.
So then 2 immediate follow-ups. So 4.4 gets us 0 options. It gets 1 option of the approved ed specs of this board. So there'll be no other.
I disagree with that. Can I follow up with that? No.
But hold on a second, because then I also then look at Jennings, which is germane to this point, which has 1.5 million in seed money. Why the discrepancy?
It's based on a percentage of the total cost of the project.
So the fact that it involves a little different math gives it a triple seed money cost?
How architects build their costs out by.
That is I want to call that a scam. But geez,
If I may.
Let me just follow up on Jen's points. Like, I don't think that that's necessarily, because once it goes to a building committee, we provided seed money for Holland Hill, Mill Hill, et cetera. The building committee came up with multiple options on Riverfield. There was 5 options that ended up going to the boards. Mill Hill, as we all know, ended up with 3 options, even despite what we passed. So I don't think it's true to say that the seed money buys you 1 option. It buys you a building committee, design specs, and the building committee then decides where to go and to present to that. Because there was multiple options there was 5 with Riverfield.
okay, but just to follow up on my statement, that was a matter of classroom. What was the number of classrooms in terms of options, which is manageable. We're talking about $74 million for a school with 225 students in it currently. That's a bit insane. Even with the ECC, if you take that ECC out and maybe we re-examine this facility plan so that we can stay in the existing footprint we could cut that I don't, know. Okay, I'm not gonna say things like we could cut it in half. I have no idea. But it could come in line with Jennings. And I'm not saying, I don't know that either. Of course I don't. But what I was able to skim in what we received today regarding that joint feasibility study was very clear that when you add that 15,000 square foot for the ECC, and again, I think all of us are questioning that 60,000 for the school, for just the K-5, that 15,000 is what sent it up the hill, like the literal hill, and exponentially exploded the cost. And that affects everything else on this waterfall to put that kind of money. I mean, the Board of Finance, even if they ever approve this, they're then going to say, you need to sit on those next projects. And Ward and Ludlow and Walter Fitzgerald and Jennings, you're gonna have to take a little bit more time off. They're
I don't
not
know
just gonna,
I don't know that.
I think, so, but that gets me, and again, I agree that this is a conversation we're gonna have, but that's where I get back to, what does this 4.4 million buy us? And I find that really concerning.
So I'm gonna piggyback on that, in terms of what's on the actual waterfall here. The 4.483 million is 6% of the total 74 million, as Mr. Papa George explained. That's what the people are telling that he needs to put in there. However, that's not up on the line with the renovation as compared to Jennings, so therefore it's not included in the reimbursement, which I'll get to in a minute. So first amendment to this waterfall would be that 4.4 goes up with next to the 70, even though I believe that I'm not going to be keeping that 70, but at the end of the day, it would move up, right, to be treated the same as Jennings?
We could absolutely do that.
Okay. Mr. Papa George, what reimbursement did you rate for, did you use for 10.732 million for Dwight and Dwight and ECC? Because this is not just Dwight Elementary School, this covers the Dwight plus Dwight ECC. So what is the reimbursement rate? Because I'm coming up with 15.27.
We will make adjustments to the waterfall. I just received, because you would ask the question over the weekend, we had to go back and forth with the architect a few times, so I did just get this afternoon, 4:30. So the reimbursement rate for the ECC at Dwight was I'm looking at the wrong one. That's the
41.3%. Because of the 15% bonus.
41.43. And dollar amount?
Well, if it's 15,000 square feet at 750,000 a square foot.
750.
750 times the 15.
Is it 750 a square foot or
Yeah,
is
so-
it 996?
So you get the reimbursement on a little over $11 million.
This has two numbers. There's an initial construction cost of 750,
Yes.
but the actual total project for
At all
Dwight
the-
and
all
ECC
the
is
soft-
996.
That's all the soft.
What are we supposed to use? for
750 is the bill, the cost to build.
Build.
What do I get reimbursement on? The 750 or the 996?
Cost of the project minus the eligibles.
So it's somewhere in between. Say 13 million, be conservative.
So 850? And I know that our state reps are gonna get us those ineligible costs covered in this project, but, what is the amount? All right, use 850. Estimate,
850
850.
times 15,000 square feet. 12 and 3, 12.75 million dollars.
That's the reimbursement or
No,
that's-
and then times 41 times 41.3%. 5.2 million. $7.5 million cost to the town of the ECC,
Okay,
on the ECC.
Is that a conservative number we're using on the reimbursement? The
That's
percentage?
the number that they provided us.
That's just the ECC itself. That doesn't include any of the extra states.
that's
Right,
just
so-
a 15,000
then-
square feet.
Right, so if then the building is 50,000 square feet. times 850 times 26.43%, you'll get 11.2 reimbursement.
And what was the total?
850 times 50,000.
So we just gauged this so the project just went down $6 million. Okay, so now we're at 68, at 60,000 square feet.
There's caution though, if we get the total reimbursement back, correct?
Well, on the
Have the school projects in this town gotten the exact percentage back? So the most recent one being Mill Hill and Hollow Hill?
Fluctuates.
It fluctuates, so there's no guarantee we're gonna get all that back. That's what we have to be cautious about, those numbers.
Going to get back the construction reimbursements you get back on your eligible projects. It's not a competitive grant.
But
It's
the
all
other,
the ineligible parts that we don't.
And to that point, the math you just did, Mr. Casani, actually brings it to 55 million, not 74 million.
I took 10,000 because
1,000 square feet.
That was the math I was.
you're not gonna go for less than 50,000.
I was thinking 50 and 15, that's the math I had, 65,000 square feet. Brings it to 55, which puts it in line with the original number we had.
Right, so that's the adjustment that needs to be made, right? Is to have, and I don't know how this is best worked for the board or for the other town boards to put ECC at Dwight underneath in this other line, because they are different reimbursement amounts. They're not a different project, so it'll still be one project over here on the right column. However, because there's such significant different reimbursements, should be shown, and then you have the subtotal, right? So that, yeah.
Follow up to what you just said. You said that's an adjustment that has to be paid.
That I will make.
But Mr. Papa George specifically said he was gonna talk to the architects to confirm where they got that square footage number and why it was. So I think we should wait until we get that answer.
Oh, I'm
before
sorry,
we-
Mr. Asa, I'm not talking about the cost here right now. I'm just talking about how this, to
Okay,
add in a
sorry.
line called ECC at Dwight on the bottom here, where you see all those zeros, so that you can see what the reimbursement rate and just what the costs are breaking out for each different project, because they're two separate schools essentially.
Okay, so excuse me though, just want to correct something. So the architects broke it up by two different options. So those higher reimbursements are as an alteration to Dwight and the ECC. The reimbursements are 26.43 and then the 41. As new is 16.07, 16.07 plus the 15. So
Right.
that 55 does go up.
But if you can't alter current space, can't you apply for the higher reimbursement?
You can apply for the higher reimbursement if you cannot fit and you can show that it would have been a cheaper as a new build as opposed to renovate. There's still, again, there's still that fluctuation with that 26%. If we say 26% on a alteration and like new, and then we're saying 16 at a new build. When we talk about 26% reimbursement, it's usually, and Sal can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we average between 18 and 20% total reimbursement. We're not hitting a 26% once you take all the soft costs out and everything else. Sal and I actually had that conversation today. The state not want to give you money unless you can prove it. So they are averaging the 18 to 20% of the 26% reimbursement. So whereas the 16% is a true 16% reimbursement because everything is eligible at that point. It's a new build.
So you're not actually getting as much as you thought to renovate, but you are gonna get what you're supposed to get on a new build.
For instance, doing Dwight as a project, if we said we're gonna replace the boiler while we're doing a renovate as new, the state's gonna come in and say, well, that's a maintenance thing, so we're not gonna reimburse you for that cost, so that's a deduction. Whereas you're doing a new building, even the new boilers are all included in that eligibility.
Got it.
In the facilities meeting, you were discussing that if it's set up in a way that the cafeteria, gym are attached, kind of like the plan we saw, that we possibly could get reimbursement for some of that space, we don't know.
We would have to apply. Again, reimbursement is at the state's, I don't want to say at the state's whim, but they decide
Could be more, could be less.
Mr. Pupper, just so I'm clear. Silver Petroselli, they got the long-range facilities plan. They knew all of the deficiencies that we expected to see in this project. It's a 378 building with 3 sections, whatever, and then the computer lab, the band room, are all of that, right? HVAC throughout the whole thing. The K-5 building and the ECC building is fully HVAC'd.
Yep.
In this estimate, ADA compliance, everything else. Okay, so this is covered in this estimate. Okay. Anyone else on Dwight? Sorry, Mr. Pierce.
I just want to make a very quick note. In terms of the prep costs, talking about 6%. If you actually use the numbers in the waterfall for Dwight, it's 6.38%. And for Jennings, it's 4.53%. So I don't know why those, if we're talking about flat 6%, those don't match at all.
I think that has something to do with the fact that those two numbers, the seed money and the other, are separated out, so I will confirm those.
You just double check. And the discrepancy with Jennings is odd.
$600,000 left.
Yeah, but I'm talking about just if we're doing a flat percentage, doesn't work at all.
Anyone else? Yep.
Just a last piece on Dwight, just because, a few years back when, and this is a little off topic, but I'm gonna bring it back. When we looked at the budget and how we approached other town body, or not, past boards, looked at the budget and how they brought it to other town bodies, there was a lot of effort put into explaining, how things are happening now. That yes, enrollment may be dipping a little bit, but the student population that we're seeing and needing to service is changing and getting more expensive. So when we're looking at our last 2 elementary projects, I just don't want us to lose sight of that, because last spring we heard at length that we have almost an elementary school size worth of classrooms being used for other programs. So when Holland Hill was built, there was no ed specs for pre-K classrooms there. When Stratfield School was built, there was no ed specs for pre-K classrooms there. Of our 11 elementary schools, 9 of them house special programming, 3 do not, one of them being Dwight. So while I take much respect of our other town bodies questioning that enrollment piece, I also want to make sure that we, as a board, are following that budget story and saying, yeah, we budgeted for it, but we need to take that into our capital budget as well. So I think that it's a little bit of an education piece too, that it's not just what does that Dwight community need, but how do those seats in that classroom kind of make up our whole array as a district, especially on the elementary school level. So in listening to the conversations, I just felt like it needed to be added to the conversation.
Yes.
Just one last point, Mr. Papa George, you to Mr. Krasnoff's point, you said that in order to be able to determine the renovation, we would have to prove that a renovation would be more costly. This goes back to my point of having to figure out and make sure we know, because as we go through the town body process, that question is going to get asked. They're going to want to know what the total cost would be, including the reimbursement, because they're always hammer that. They always hammer what the reimbursement is. So if we know that it's going to be cost prohibitive, that would be good information to have. I don't know where that comes. To Mrs. Maxon Kennelly's point about the seed money, it does seem like a lot more seed money than we've had in the past since I've been on the board. And to a little bit counter Mrs. Jacobson's point, when the other building committees have had multiple options, again, those options were never build new versus renovate. So it's not apples to apples. This is a new endeavor for us.
It is, and those numbers are gonna come out when we get more into the design development and the construction development costs, when we will be able to break out those numbers with using the seed money to come forwards to the other town bodies and say, okay, now we're at design development phase. This is the cost of the project. So we'll have to make adjustments to the waterfall as you have done in the past. And then that's when we will also be able to determine this won't fit there, or it will fit there, but it's gonna cost extra amount of money to make it fit there, whereas to build as new is gonna cost this much. So that's where we get more into those defined breakdown areas, and we can go to the town bodies. At this point, we're giving them our projection waterfall based off of based off of the conceptual designs. So this is the best known numbers at this point forwards with, and we're asking for seed money to redefine those numbers moving forwards.
So procedurally, Madam Chair, can you say that basically then before we act, when we vote on, or I don't vote, but to go before for the seed money, is it your intention that we get a vote or a sense from this board that this is what we're doing? So we're either going for a new school, a new build. So when we go to the town bodies, we're saying, this is our waterfall, it's a new build, this is what we're asking for.
You're talking
We're not
about,
going to them saying this is what we want because we want to find out which one makes more sense.
you're talking about when we vote on the waterfall for the capital planning workshop, or when we vote on the actual dollars?
When we vote on, you have to remind me of procedure, for going for the seed money.
Oh, that's later on. I don't know when that is, but yeah, I mean, it'll be a project, like all of our other projects will be the 14-point plan, right? So it explains what the money is used for, et cetera, et cetera. And at that point, if the board wants to have other options in there, I guess they could do that.
With ed specs. That
We need ed specs too, yes. We need ed specs for that too. So because that happened with Mill Hill, they didn't have the ed specs and Board of Selectmen sent them back to the board. Whereas with Holland Hill, they did have the ed specs with that, and that was the way that they wanted to proceed. So that is my working assumption, is that they would like ed specs. So yes, Mr. Lee.
To go off what the basis has been saying, we can still, and correct me if I'm wrong, we could ask for the seed money for plans for renovation and a rebuild new, could we not?
I think we need to flush some of this out before we go down that path. Like, I think if the consensus of this board is that Mr. Testani is going to be talking to Silver Petroselli tomorrow. And he's going to be getting a third booklet like this within the next week on renovating Dwight and whether or not that's feasible, then that needs to happen like tomorrow. Right? It's not happening when we get $4 million in seed money. Like, we need to know that that's even feasible.
Correct.
Or is it gonna cost more? Like, why would we?
Well, they have given us an
Right.
indication that as an alteration or a renovate as new, using the same square
Where is
footage.
that? Did we get that?
Yeah, so, but all they gave us is what, using the numbers, 750,000 square foot times the 75,000, and the two different reimbursement amounts. As an alteration or as a renovate as new, we get a total reimbursement of over 21 million, whereas new, we get a total reimbursement of over 15 million.
How is a renovation 79,000 square feet?
Well, you'd have, well, alteration, so to your point, they would add some square footage, obviously, to the existing footprint.
I mean, Dwight
You
is
make the
41,000 square feet right now. That's over 30,000 square feet.
My other concern is.
Well, they're gonna add, so even if we don't agree with the 75 includes the
The
ECC.
15,000 for ECC.
So you minus that 60, if it's 41, they're adding, even if they're adding 10,000, they're gonna add to the footprint as is, because they don't have well, the gym space is gonna get larger. They're gonna add, I'm sure, a new library or something. They're gonna add all the office spaces and all the spaces that we have.
We can work with Silver Petroselli to clarification. I believe, I will confirm with them that the Dwight as alternate with ECC was only provided to us as a breakdown, to show the difference in the numbers. And at the end of the day, it's a $21 million reimbursement as opposed to a $15 million. They were trying to show us the comparison, not so much that.
Not so much as it feasible.
Yes. This was just when we reached out with the question, we received already answer over the weekend, what is the cost reimbursement? And they wanted to give us the comparison.
Are we able to get Silver Petroselli here next time we have a meeting like this?
Well, we see how much some of these AC project, the HVAC project retrofits are. We go to retrofit White, that alone is gonna put the price pretty close to what this new build is. We see the numbers.
I don't know.
We need to know that. I'm
We
sure
do.
they're telling us we can't build on that site already. And then on top of it, you're gonna compound the AC problem. Obviously, we need to know it, but they've already written it in this book. maybe you want to see the number. It seems like they're saying it's not possible.
I'd like to have,
Tomlinson is getting 16,000 square feet more in HVAC. It's a $6 million project, so times that by 3, that's 18 million in HVAC for the
Yep.
same square footage.
But a point of clarification. Adding HVAC into a building that you're not doing stuff to is different. I agree with you that yes, there's cost, but I don't necessarily would agree that it's gonna be as much. Because if you're doing a full renovation of the school, you're going to have updating all of the life safety. You're gonna be updating the electrical. You're going to have the roofs down, the ceilings down. So you're,
Regardless.
yes, so but
Okay,
I think this, we should have Silver Petroselli a rep.
like for the 10th, you mean?
why?
Agree. I'd love to just know.
But I'm curious as to why. Why, what is the reason? Because we have had other vendors and people in front of us. And
Can I add?
yeah,
We would have to so prep them with the questions, like that needs to be a September 10th discussion before we pull them in for a September 24th break, because all we would do is fire questions at them that they are not prepared to answer. And like, we have to do a whole prep of to just have them sit here now. I mean, I think of how we treated as a board, Malone and McBroom, when they were, Slam,
yeah.
when they were here, and that was even when they had done some pre-work, and it crossed to rude. And this would be a case of there is no way they could have been prepared for this round of questions. So it's almost like we have to gather, what is it that we want to know? They need to get that. And maybe somehow you can pull everything that we've commented on here together and say, can you be ready by the 10th to be here? But just asking
Isn't
them.
it just asking them questions on their
Right,
report?
I
No,
just,
but I think we're asking for a lot more options, like, why the 60, why this, what about that?
I think they've been doing stuff in this town. I mean, it's just like having Gilbane Construction Company here, sit here with the building committee. We didn't prep them with any questions, and I'm sure if they don't have to answer those questions, they'll be like, we'll get back to you, but I'm pretty confident they'll be pretty prepared if we call them into me. I could be wrong, but
And I could be wrong as well.
it's not gonna be their first rodeo.
Back to you.
It's not gonna be their first rodeo in front of the BOE, and never mind the other committees, but it was like similar tonight with Gilbane and the architects here. They didn't know what we could have thrown at them.
It's clear though, if we read it, an ECC addition to the existing building says would not be feasible.
That's what moved it up onto the hill,
Correct.
according to this.
Correct.
Minus that,
Oh, well, that's.
it would, again, based on that, that's the wording I read.
Right.
That was what sent it up the hill.
Yes.
Minus that, it could be done there. But then again, all of those,
Still the deficiencies, the gym, the library.
but they said it was the ECC that sent it up the hill. And maybe maybe they and Mr. Krasnoff, maybe that is an inaccurate statement in here, but it is what it says. And just all of the options that we would want them to consider. I mean, we could do it live, but I think it would be an awful lot of, we'll have to get back to you on that. You know, I think what we asked tonight of the HVAC committee, a lot of it was entirely predictable type questions. We're throwing a whole lot of hypotheticals now. That's all my concern. I want us to get the answers that we need to make the best decision. So
The only thing, so I've got 2 summary statements for Dwight, that we need answers to is, how is a 378 60,000 square feet? When we've got much bigger buildings that are less square feet than that. And then what is the, if you were just gonna renovate Dwight, per the long range facilities plan, like Holland Hill and Mill Hill, and Riverfield, and Stratfield, and all the schools that have gotten their renovations, what would that be? Would that be more, less? Because yeah, without the EC, because that's what Mr. Ace is asking.
Yeah, I mean, and taking into consideration, knowing that there will have to be square footage added for the deficiencies in the long range facility plan. But with the idea of it probably not being 15,000 square feet worth of additions.
My one concern is adding an ECC to a building that doesn't exist puts us in a position where we may get less reimbursement. We're not gonna have a building built out to support an ECC, which is what we're trying to accomplish with this. So if you look at their plan, the ECC is next to the gym and the cafeteria, which we might be able to catch with reimbursement, which makes the flow going into them and out of them less disruptive for the rest of us. If we just plop an ECC and have a different school, it's not gonna be like this.
That's what Jennings.
We understand that.
And I'm not arguing with you. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, I wanna know the answer.
Yeah.
If somebody just wants to get the information and the information.
'Cause I don't wanna look like a fool. in front of the
Anyone's
board.
gonna support it, like, I know I'm not gonna support that, but at the end of the day, getting the information is.
And adding the space to any school is probably what else to say.
Okay, all right, so you've got those two follow-ups that we need to get an answer on, and then also for the waterfall, that number up. And then breaking this down for the ECC at White with the proper reimbursement rate, but bigger number, and it probably is gonna keep adjusting as we go forward. All right. Who's up next?
Holland Hill.
Holland Hill, anything on Holland Hill? I don't have anything on Holland Hill, anyone? All right, well, that moves us on to Jennings. Who would like to start? Mr. Lee.
For Papa George, on the back of this report, the construction cost, the addition is 15,000 square feet, 11 million. Does that include HVAC on that addition?
In the addition area, yes. For the existing building, that's with the $200 a square foot for the 9 million.
So it's 11 million for the addition, for the additions, it includes HVAC. Okay.
Sorry, can I follow up with that? I don't know what I'm looking at here. All we got here is an ECC addition onto Jennings.
The renovations.
And renovations, the last page with the breakdown, there is it says, construction costs, HVAC and building improvements, $200 a square foot for 9 years.
This is not in this estimate, right? 1.0, add additional, provide 1.0 music room. Provide 1.0 instrumental music room. Provide 1.0 computer lab. Provide 0.25 ELT, 1.10, OTP, OTPT, all that. That's in here?
That would be the $200 a square foot.
Okay, so what is the square footage? Let's break it down like we did for Jennings. 15,000 square feet
ECC.
for the ECC. I have no other square footage in this for Jennings.
Our budget book, I will.
So that's the current.
So in Dwight, you had the Dwight building, the total, and ECC. This only gives me, if this reads as though all they've given us is a 15,000 square foot. And the map is accordingly so in the back. The back only highlights the ECC addition.
So looking at, there was, at the time, again, schematic or conceptual design, we looked at the current Jennings footprint, what was being currently used, how we could recapture spaces to add as opposed to additional. Off of the
7 classrooms? You're gonna pick up 7 full classrooms with all these deficiencies. So it sounds to me like Jennings kids are gonna get a lot smaller school.
I can follow up with them and confirm that they had all the listed efficiencies that we have. They did have the report, so I can follow up with them.
I just said, I don't actually understand I guess my question is, Ms. Park, I don't understand this feasibility study, what I'm looking at.
Get clarification for you for the.
Well, what is your understanding of what's in the feasibility study?
I think they focused on the ECC additional area and maybe not as much on the new, like we've done in other buildings.
So the number on the waterfall for Jennings could be really wrong.
Could be,
Mrs. Jacobson, this is 35 million, this is 26.
Right, so that's what I'm wanting to know, what my question is, should we have been cutting 10 million from this waterfall based on this report?
No, because I agree with you, this appears to be short on square footage.
Seems like you just focus on the fit.
That's second floor after all.
Or lose other space.
Well, no, because we studied Jennings and that there is space to do the addition of the ECC. We've already established that.
There's no, what they're saying is there's no room to do additional classroom. What you're saying is you want 12 classrooms.
No.
Yeah, 5 for the ECC and 7 additional from what we have. That
Well,
would
not
be
7 full
addition.
size. I just added up the deficiencies.
But you're still talking about a footprint expansion.
Of course, for the deficiencies that they have. They have a large amount of deficiencies
Right,
in
but
that
if you're not
building.
gonna add a second floor, then you're gonna eat up all the other ground
Correct.
space.
You don't have the space for
You're not
seven.
gonna have you're not gonna have the available land to build the ECC plus expand the footprint of the existing building.
So
based on
Jennings
what we just
can't get its renovation if we're gonna put ECC classrooms there?
Let me get from them. I don't want to.
Because I think Jennings needs its renovation before ECC gets added, no?
Want to speculate on, because there are additional spaces on here. If you look at the very last page where the parking lot, separate entrance point and all that. So there are areas that they can.
I mean, they went over what they're including in here and they didn't talk about any of these things we passed.
Can I
Mrs. Lynn?
just, to Mr. Papa George's point, and just for clarification, that new separation, because currently Jennings is not a separate area, you pull through and it's one open area. And it indicates in here a traffic study being done. I would just want to highlight that that entrance is not only used for Jennings, it's also used for Fairfield Woods. So any kind of traffic study I would hope would include, you know, the times for Fairfield Woods, any proposed times for the ECC. I know we talked about this in the script. That is a very dense area. We have a Fairfield Branch Library there. We have Methodist School, which also has a preschool, I believe. Jennings, now possibly C, Fairfield Woods. I see a lot of reconfiguration, right?
Well, can I just note that
It changes.
now a one-way exit they have.
That's
is
what I
two
just,
ways.
I'm looking at it and I wish I had glasses and I need
Yeah,
readers.
very closely.
But yeah, some of these are one ways and I just would be concerned with this current iteration that I don't know how one exit at Fairfield Woods gets used.
Right, it says that a traffic study would have to be done. This can't, they're not determining that this is feasible.
No, that's what I'm saying. But just as a resident and a Woods parent, I can tell you that one exit and entry point at Woods could not be used in this current iteration.
Palm Drive is two-way too.
Yeah, it makes all of those are one-way street.
Traffic study, but they do say square, width-wise on those roadways, they are legally do a two-way.
That's a big change.
Yeah, but even if they're legally able, anyone that drives through that area, those are dense walkable streets without sidewalks currently. I would be concerned.
Can't make it, we make the judgment when the traffic's like.
No, but I'm saying I would want to make sure that Fairfield Woods is included in that, in looking at it.
Okay, I'm gonna, sorry, Mr. Krasnoff, do you have?
Oh, I just have one other concern looking at the map. It looks like they got rid of the.
Portable, yeah.
Yeah, that was always.
It doesn't look like they moved it back in either. So
No, that's,
that's another issue I see on this map.
In an elevator.
The $9 million that's listed for, HVAC in the back. 200 a square foot, that covers 45,000 square feet. Right, $200. Square foot. $9 million budget line item. That's 45,000 and change square feet.
I'd have to look at the budget for that. I apologize.
Next, last page.
No, I'm saying what the current square footage of Jennings is.
Jennings is 46,000 square feet.
46, and you're saying they only counted 45.
Right, and they're proposing a 46 and a 61,000 square foot building.
Yep. Well, for the ECC, the price would have been included in the 11. For the addition.
He said that.
HVAC is part of.
He
it.
said.
Back is
said that-
11,250.
Yes, for.
New build.
New build. I asked
Included.
Different one.
him about that at the very beginning and he said it was included.
Okay, so that's covered in that.
So then the 200 would be for the additional, for the.
For the rest, for the existing, which tells us that they're not adding any square footage.
And I honestly believe that the additional cost, that $200 a square foot was an afterthought. So I want to confirm that. with-
Angeles, didn't they say we couldn't add more than 19,000 square feet of surface area?
I don't have that.
Jennings can't
That was
have-
the number
Yeah, I see
that we
what you're
talked.
saying. So Jennings can't have the ECC is what we're being, and get their renovation.
Unless you add a second
You could
floor,
put a second floor in there.
unless you put a second.
The price.
I think they addressed that in here, didn't they?
No, they would need further investigation.
And how would you build that? So how would you build that with kids in the building?
The second floor would go in the new wing. Would be built, it wouldn't affect the kids. It would be part of the new wing.
Okay, so you would do whatever it is, 8,000 square feet out.
15,000.
15 and then 15 above.
Above.
We would have to do the full.
Well, you'd have a stairwell, to eat up some of that hall.
So now that becomes a $75 million project because that's 30,000 square feet.
Or you'd be adding about 11,000 square feet on top of the existing. So we're adding 15,000. If you add another 15,000.
Second floor is gonna be a little
Then you're to
less.
the number on the wall.
Yeah.
15 and 11.
Yeah, something seems off.
30,000 square feet.
Right, but the second floor is not gonna cost as much as the first.
No, of course not. We're still talking a 70,000 square.
You have to remember, we just told them to take a quick look. I mean, these
47 now.
are architects. They need time to break all this down. You guys want
I'm just saying, it's.
hard numbers.
Saying is
Give me
that-
hard numbers by tomorrow.
So what we discussed in doing a 378 building with a CC wing is not possible. But wait, unless you go to a second floor, I guess, which is per this memo would require some more investigation, which I've asked, what more investigation? Is the footing, like, I don't know what the additional investigation is. That was your memo. What's the additional investigation?
Well, are we putting the second floor on the current building? If we're putting it on the addition, I don't think it's a problem. Because you're just adding a stairwell to go up to the second floor from the addition. So we just tie it in. The only tie-in would be as your same tie-in with the ECC. So that wouldn't be a problem. I think you have to give them specifics and then give them money to start doing the work. They're
But we
not gonna
did
do
give them
this.
specifics, but they didn't give us back what we asked for.
Well, the point's been made. He's gonna talk to them and get back.
I'll follow up with them about Jennings. I think they spent a lot of time on Dwight and Jennings.
Anyone else on Jennings? Yeah, all right, so summary for Jennings is obviously the addition. Renovation, of the actual elementary school. And, I mean, is there something specific you want to ask about the second story beyond what would that actually cost?
Well, yeah, I mean, my question would be if to capture the extra space that we need in the existing building, what would we move full-size classrooms to the second floor? It might not need to be full 15,000 square feet. Do you know what I mean? The ECC wing, let's say, is 15,000 square feet. If we put a full second floor, that's another 15,000 square feet. We might not need that. What I'd like to know is it feasible to relocate some of the existing classrooms to the second floor so that the specials and the space needed and all these other things needed can be incorporated into the existing footprint? So what would that be? In theory, if you added, going by what it is, if you added a full 15,000 square foot second floor, it shouldn't be $750 a square foot for that because the base is already there. But let's say hypothetically you did, you're talking about adding 30,000 square feet to this building for only 11 million more than is in this book. And it won't be that much.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, so there's some question as to double-decker Jennings, which we already talked about in June. You went out there and they said it was feasible, right?
Talked about on the addition, on the existing building, but the much easier, I don't want to say easier, but much more palatable conversation as part of the addition to be a two-story addition to that particular part of the building. So let me get with them and get some numbers together.
Yeah, and so, okay, we'll talk about that. So here, my summary statement is this: if you can do a 378 building with an ECC wing for 61,000 square feet, then that would be the same for both of them.
You mean that'd be the same for both?
Meaning Dwight and Jennings are not gonna be two different sizes.
So
It should be
So
apples
meaning
to
that-
apples.
That Dwight shouldn't be 75.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, no,
Either
no,
Dwight is
no.
being made too big, or Jennings is being made too small, or it's a combination of both.
No, Dwight, the 75 million is based on a
No,
new
sorry,
bill.
square feet, square feet.
We're talking about the 75.
Not cost.
Oh, sorry. Be 75. But it won't be the same cost.
It won't be the same cost,
Won't be the same.
absolutely. I mean, Dwight is already 6,000 square feet smaller as it is. You're already adding additional square foot to
But
that.
I can sure see justifying and selling more square footage at Jennings for future growth and swinging of people than I could at Dwight. So you do the Dwight project with the 15,000. But if Jennings want, that's an easier sell, if you ask me.
Why?
Well, because we need the space there.
Where do we need the space? Why?
Or if we got extra space at Jennings, Mr. Testani, correct me if I'm wrong, would we not be able to start to help alleviate the McKinley overcrowding?
You can still do that. with
That's gonna
Dwight.
come out of Stratfield.
I understand, but where are they gonna go?
Oh.
Stratfield.
ECC
No,
moving to
ECC.
Dwight.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter where they go.
That's what we're
Right, I
doing.
think what he's saying is, if Jennings ECC is built first, then to his point, it checks multiple boxes.
What does it check?
It takes the ECC out of Stratfield
Mm-hmm.
and opens up space at Stratfield to alleviate the crowding at McKinley.
So what does that have to do with Jennings?
Do it, Dwight.
Because without the ECC added to Jennings, you can't move the kids out of Stratfield.
Can't you move them to Dwight?
You can move them to Dwight.
Move them to Dwight then, it's fine with me.
I'm just saying to Mr. Asa, he said it's more important to do with the job. I don't see why it's more important.
I mean, we were talking,
If we're adding square footage in the district for future growth, I can see town bodies swallowing it, doing it in a location like Jennings versus out in the country at Dwight.
But the only thing I would follow up on that is I would
I'm
follow,
not talking about changing what we're doing.
Saying why?
I'm just saying, now I'm talking about adding even more space than we were ever even
Out
talking.
in the country.
They're
Who
small,
are also a part of Fairfield.
smaller lots.
We never said that they
I
weren't a
never
part
said
of
that they
Fairfield.
weren't, Mrs. Chair.
mean,
I
I'm just
take
saying,
offense to
You know
that.
what? You know what? I'm
There's smaller
sorry.
lots.
There is actually kids and teachers in that building. It is 5 years older and it is far, far worse
When
condition.
have I said that I didn't support a project there?
Okay, but what we're talking, okay, well, no,
You have taken things off the rail. once
no, I
again.
haven't. No, I haven't. Because this whole thing with Dwight, about if we are adding space in the district for future growth, we're not. We're fixing a building in a neighborhood school that's from 1962. That is what we're doing.
I'm fine. We can move on.
can I follow up? I just think I think it's important to note. And all over town, everywhere that is under our umbrella is in Fairfield Public Schools. So that's the reality. And we know that we have pressure points in all parts of town. Middle Hill, we have heard. Osborne Hill, we have heard. Holland Hill, we have heard. So I really think, while that may be the perspective of other elected officials in that town, that does not mean this board has to say, yes, that is, we agree with you. Or, I mean, I don't know that I would agree with you or you would agree with me, but I think I would go and say there's pressure points all over the district. And like I said before, in my point, my bigger concept is we have almost an entire elementary school worth of programming all over our district. So the administration has decided where our programming goes, where the ECC goes. So to me, we have 2 elementary schools left to get these additional rooms. We have it here in front of us. So I don't want to look at it as this is where the population is. We have students that are in need all over the district that we're utilizing all of our buildings to meet those needs.
Well, right, Mill Hill is over 100% capacity.
With nowhere to go.
Those CLCs can go into Dwight by adding the additional proper space.
Our
I don't know
programming,
why there's 2 CLCs at Mill Hill. It's not in the ed specs.
our programming needs as much attention as our enrollment.
I also don't understand why we want to first build a second EC less than 5 minutes from the current ECC instead of putting one on the side of town that doesn't have an ECC. Just me, why would you do that? Why would you not put one on each side of town first?
Especially
And
when
then
you see
build
the
a
bus
second one in the middle?
There's a population density and travel times.
I can show you travel times. They're actually longer from the east side over to
The travel,
Travel time
from
from
the west side over.
I'm not saying that white families have short rides.
I'm not just talking about Dwight families. I'm talking about everyone on
Does
these.
somebody have the floor, Mrs.
Yes,
Jacobson?
Mr. Peterson.
I have the floor.
Mr. Peterson does.
I mean, I think we also can look back at, Ms. Flynn asked for this data in the spring in terms of where our ECC population is and where the bus flow is, at least for the past school year. I don't see why that shouldn't be one of the guiding documents that we use in this discussion.
Agree.
I agree as well.
I agree. West side sitting on the bus for too long.
And given that, do we want to have somebody from Southport drive up to Dwight or to Riverfield? I think that this is a thread of the discussion that has been minimized, and I'm not really prepared to let it go.
Sorry, I don't know what you mean. What?
I think we should move on, but I believe in, as we voted on in our planning principles, that we need to consider population density and build where the students are.
There are.
I know there are more students
We're gonna move.
in other parts of town. Population density is a focus that I'm going to have in these discussions.
Anyone else? All right, just a follow-up question from Jennings that you've already got. All right, moving on. Anyone have anything for McKinley? If those were the two big ones, you do, go ahead, Mrs. Flynn. Oh. Mill Hill? Not for Mill Hill, 0. NSS? Osborne?
So Osborne gets, and there's a lot of documents bumped out a little bit far. Are there concerns? I know that Osborne is one of those buildings that kind of has a lot of, to go, I have to find it. Just, I get a little bit worried about Osborne getting forgotten, so I just want to say it out loud. We've just heard anecdotally that they, and in those deficiencies. They still have, I'm just saying a lot. I just want to make sure there's a lot of competing needs on this. And when we look at capital and cash flow, that number is a little bit smaller. So while we're building these big projects in, and I know they take the focus and a lot of the conversation, but I just want to make sure these smaller projects, as we're looking to maximize every single dollar of cash flow, that if we can fit, like to Ms. Kennelly's point, if we can find a way to maximize HVAC, if we can just pinpoint some of these smaller projects that may fit at some point, I just want to say out loud.
Mr. Krasnoff?
Originally, we did have Osborne seed money slightly.
I thought it was higher.
28.
It seems to be moved back a little bit.
Yeah, it's in 30.
I would like to make
It's
it.
been pushed out 2 years. Can you speak to that, Mr. George?
It was pushed out for, as you'll see in the cash flow, to make it in a reasonable amount of cash flow as opposed to other projects that are going on at the same time. Is it out beyond, so that cash flow cap, they're not overwhelming.
Well, I'm gonna ask about town stuff when we get to the end, but I'll come back to that. Anyone else on Osborne? No? Okay, Riverfield doesn't have anything. Determined. Whatever, good. Sheffield? I had something on Bratfield. And I think you addressed it. In the new version, that facade item came off. That was about $724,000.
We've removed.
So that's been taken off. Okay, so that reduced the overall waterfall. Was something moved up? Elevator replacement was moved up?
That,
Or moved out, I'm sorry. Okay. Is that to fit, or is that because the elevator doesn't need it? So,
It doesn't need it, and it falls within the appendix of the here.
Long-range facility plan.
I see for a bunch of these smaller projects, you've cut the seed funding. So just the philosophy on this waterfall as we head into the town boards. A lot of projects had little amounts of seed funding before them in our previous iteration. Those have all disappeared. And they've been incorporated into the project year. So can we just speak to a little bit of understanding around why people are seeing these little amounts disappear from the waterfall?
So because you can't bond small amounts like that, so what we met, what they asked us to do is to combine the total cost project, which has happened a few times in the past administrations when we've gone for seed money. We've gotten pushback and they've approved the entire project without the seed money all at the same time, even though we were going only there for the seed money. So moving forward, we removed it. Again, I feel that we'll be able to get, because they are smaller projects within operating budget, we'll be able to come up to numbers approach, and we'll be able to ask for the full amount of the project.
Okay, so that's just for smaller amounts, obviously not for the bigger.
Not the bigger ones like the Dwights, the Jennings, those are still have the seed money listed in
What
there.
about the HVAC projects?
HVAC projects, we got the seed money up front last year when we did the phase 2 through 5. That's gonna be my next,
Counting as,
that's the seed money for those, yes.
all right, ECC. All right, so we've moved
Just
up.
one
Oh, sorry.
question. What purpose is even served by this dollar amount here in 26, 27? Like, what does that represent? Because it's clearly not a random number.
It was moved up from.
No, but what does it even represent? Like, is that buying desks? I mean, what is it?
It was originally established as a placeholder for for 2 locations. By moving it up, we've aligned it with possibly a renovation at Mona Terrace or another site to make a temporary location for an ECC if needed.
So the idea is a temporary location.
Yes.
Okay.
We were originally put on, like, if you had to go to Holland Hill and you needed to swap out some sinks and some toilets, we were gonna go into NSS. That was
It's an interesting number.
I mean, it's an odd number.
It is an odd number because natural, when we move things on the waterfall, they automatically.
Right.
And now this is moved up 2 years to align with requests that we were going to move forward with doing work at Mona Terrace. The 26, 27. So that is still on.
Well, actually, a quick question. If Mona Terrace is opened as of fall 2025, I thought it was a 1 year.
It got delayed for us by a year.
About a year.
Oh, no, all right. So it already had that to the fall, so now to the fall. In which case we wouldn't be spent. Okay.
Yeah, based on that concept, that idea, knowing that the preliminary numbers that we got back are probably higher than this, should we look at adjusting that? So we actually have a legit placeholder? I mean,
If you combine site 1 and site 2, it puts us in line with what the numbers were we were getting back for.
I thought it was over $1 million. Oh, okay.
Actually, did we get numbers? I know we've talked about different things, but did we ever get a memo detailing what that was?
Yeah, we talked about it here.
I remember it being hypothetical. I never heard that we got people in to get us actual estimates and everything. Okay.
So at 520 pending one little security card swiping item.
Correct.
But however, those were estimates for doing the work this upcoming year, not 2 years from now. So there could be a higher cost to that. Right? 2 years from now. Okay. All right. Woods. Anyone on Woods? Window and siding, that's being moved. Okay, that's what needs to fit.
Was to fit and also based on the condition of the building.
About what I was just thinking, we haven't gotten the update on like the level of bathrooms. We learned through that process that would extend the timeline here or impact the dollar amount. I mean, just
Ludlow bathrooms?
looking at the Woods renovation project, is that number still accurate based on the new information we've learned going through the process at one? Or not quite finished with the process, sure, anyway.
I'm a broken record, but I'm gonna say based on conceptual estimates, that is still an accurate number. Once we get closer and start fine tuning it, then it always has potential to go up or down based on what we've seen. We didn't really, because of the preliminary work we did at Ludlow's bathrooms, we didn't really find any big surprises. We had some surprises, but nothing out of major or out of the ordinary. We had to move some steam lines. We had to move some piping based on making its fit to be ADA compliant, but the project gives people a lot of advanced work with scoping out lines, running cameras, drain lines, and establishing all that.
Bathrooms that are done look really nice.
Hey,
I saw them today.
Mr. Lee,
Yeah, entrance vestibule project. Is that part also includes all the state grants and stuff? Is that the accurate number? It goes a lot lower than 769 for Fairfield Woods. For this year, next year. I thought it was less than $1 million for that, unless something happened.
The number I received from,
Are you looking at the OSG reimbursement on the far right?
look all the way.
to the right.
Thank you. We're good.
all right. Not much at LMS, but any questions on our LMS? No?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Just, is it really true that there's nothing capital wise? I mean, I get like Mill Hill was just done or whatever, but nothing.
Just did the roof. Elevators are in good shape. The only thing that was on the waterfall that we removed, see it come before you in the next couple of months, is the upgrade of the fire alarm system to a non-proprietary system, and we have continuous, I don't want to say problems with it. It's operational, but it's always giving us trouble. So we got some pricing from our local vendor, and we're comfortable starting to move it into the operating budget as a next summer project.
Great.
Different sound system.
All right, Tomlinson?
I just note that Tomlinson is spelled incorrectly. I also noticed, by the way, in the AC part and the district-wide, Ludlow is also spelled without, it's, but I didn't bring it up at the time. Please make a note.
Make sure those are careful.
Partial roof replacement at Tomlinson. I did submit this question, but that is being moved up several years. And that is in order to accommodate the HVAC.
That is based on the reports that we got from our roofing contractor for conditions of roofs.
So in order, knowing that Tomlinson is our next school, this roof replacement is happening about 4-5 years earlier. In order to accommodate new equipment.
In conjunction with the report that also identifies it as needing concerns. So there's multiple reasons for moving that.
Just pointing that out. Okay. All right. Ludlow High School, anyone? Yep.
Someone refresh were the turf fields for, this is a Ward and Ludlow question, weren't those in the same year? Did it get, but weren't there concerns about safety with the fields? Cause now you're looking at Ward that's out at 29, 30. I believe they were in congruent year. I don't have a past document and I didn't double check the changes, but I'm looking at it now. Do we have concerns about? Or do I remember it being like we needed to do it quicker because of it? No, but it's not, the turfs aren't in there.
We do GMAX test our turf fields every year for safety.
No.
They're actually just done.
Okay.
So they will report, once the reports come back, they will go up on the website, but we do check them for safety.
Just remember, maybe it was over its 10-year life. I'll go back and check my.
So on our last version, they were both gonna be done in 2930.
Oh, so they moved up one.
So Ward is still in 2930. Well, I'm, you know, and Ludlow was built up twice.
It's built up. Thank you.
I will say my memory was the same, that Ward had been done before
That's what I thought.
Ludlow, so it's odd that
Ludlow,
that it doesn't need to be
Ludlow
done
was
first.
done before Ward, and I only know that because the whole Tomlinson during field hockey tryouts were affected. And Ward had to be shipped over to Tomlinson because they were done a year later. Ward was done a year later than Ludlow.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification. Sorry, it just looked different, so I just wanted to say it out loud, ask the question.
But just the last iteration of this had them both getting done together.
Yes, I knew it was in the same year. I just couldn't remember if it was earlier or later. Thank you.
All right, Ward. Okay, okay. Walter Fitz, is that anything on here? For them? And that is it. All right, anything on the bottom information, the totals or anything? I have a few on that stuff, but does anyone have anything? And the cash flow. Okay. Anything on the cash flow, Mr. Papa George? I mean, the difference between the waterfall and the cash flow, that's a big point, especially to the other town bodies. So before we had this kind of allowance or allocation, given to us. So what is the current situation with that? Is there any update, around that from the new administration? What's happening there?
The only update I really have at this point from the current administration is that the 12.5 is not capped for us any longer, but no one has actually put actual numbers into place there yet. They've asked us to be considerate of all town bodies when looking at this. Please, don't come with a year that has $90 million of project.
Right.
I was kind of given direction of 15, 20 would be comfortable, and then
Then we go up to 51.
and then we do go up as the years go out. I was
So,
told that outer years would be acceptable for higher numbers and closer numbers should be lower due to and a few other issues.
so the waterfall totals, I just want to make sure that these two things, by the time we get there, match, right? It should match. And this total waterfall here is 36 million, right? Correct?
71.
The waterfall, the 10-year waterfall,
Sorry.
the total that we have here is 336 million.
You're talking the cash flow?
No.
I'm sorry, which?
The project total on the water,
Five.
page 5 of 5.
36, 632, 766.
Right. So show me at the end of this cash flow where that number aligns.
Right here.
Okay, on the bottom. All right, so they match 71, the same amount of reimbursement.
Yes.
What's the $43?
It's a rounding thing. I know, which I staff members that go absolutely crazy over that.
So if this is 17 years technically on this waterfall, right? You've got 17 years on here.
We have 17 years on there. We have some projects in that last year, which is a placeholder project. It is there.
So on average, net to town, we're talking about 18.1 million a year on average.
Based on the for cash flow, yes.
Some years higher, obviously, some years lower, but we're averaging out to about 18 million on a net basis, right? That sound correct? Good, I just wanted to make those two things, but these are probably going to change. All right. Anybody have any questions on the cash flow piece? We're gonna,
Clarify, yeah, they would have noticed if the numbers match if the.
sure.
When you talk about the average, that's pre-reimbursement you're using. After reimbursement. it's less-
No, the
it's less than
271 million, I think the pre-reimbursement is higher,
Yeah, so 200, I'm trying to get 271 million
divided by 17.
divided by 17 is 15.9 million. Not 18.
Where are you getting 17?
7 years.
The years,
I don't know, that's what she said.
it is it includes 17.
2024 to 2036?
The last year.
39.
39.
On the waterfall.
Oh, this isn't.
Projects we don't want to look at.
Still not 17.
What? Oh, okay. And also, what we got today, for whatever reason, wasn't what we had before. It started with 22, 23, and now you've started with 23, 24.
Yes, I apologize.
Year was taken off
1 year was taken off.
between the two versions.
It was off. It was off. The last one we printed it was back on, so we got last year. We don't remove only item because we keep the history.
All right, so let's talk about process. What was supposed to happen, this is a first read, this is to vote or move this forward for the town planning bodies at September 10th. Obviously, we're looking for a lot more information, pertaining from Silver Petroselli on these two projects, which I presume we will get as soon as possible, prior to the September 10th meeting, in order to inform that. Besides Jennings and White. Does anyone know? I didn't hear anything come up, but I don't think anyone has any concerns about the numbers on what we can do moving forward, other than possibly HVAC, so I don't want to get ahead of that. But I do want to make sure that we either add a special meeting, do that, or prepare to make all of our adjustments and tackle it all on the 10th and try to lighten up that agenda as much as possible. So I'd like to hear from each of you how you'd like to tackle it. You want to have a special?
I think shorter meetings are more effective.
We have one word, shorter, more focused.
Can you, yeah, go ahead.
Are we gonna hear more about whatever the HVACs? I mean, why would we want to do it? Because if we need to adjust anything HVAC wise, don't we need to wait for them to get us those most up-to-date numbers?
That's gonna be too late for us. Can everyone do the 16th? At 7:30?
Are we gonna have the right, like Mrs. Max Valley said, we need to have the right numbers. I understand maybe too late, but you can't go into that campaign with not the right numbers again.
The only thing we can give them is what we've been given. We're not, at the end of the day. Pardon me?
Most accurate numbers to date.
Yeah.
That's all we ever.
That's all we can do. Can anyone not do the 16th at 7:30, or can a majority? Because rather than getting into emails, I'm gonna set this up now from Monday. I know, after, so I said 7:30, Jen. Pushing it a half an hour for us. Gives us, we're usually out by 7:30.
Don't sound proud.
We are, that's, okay. Anyway, yes, good. We're gonna do, Mr. Asa, you good?
Monday,
Looking at my work.
September 16th. Monday.
I checked, there's no other liaison things that night.
So, but that's after the 10th.
Yep, so the 10th, we're gonna hopefully have a post next discussion on new information. Then the 16th, we'll take our action and finalize it. Look, we can use the 24th. I just don't want Mr. Papa George in central office to be running around on the 25th, updating all of these documents and then getting it to the Board of Finance on the day of the meeting. I just don't think that would be fair to do to the Board of Finance in terms of giving them time to review all of our stuff. So, knowing us, we'll probably have a lot more questions. It wouldn't be ready on the 10th. So I think that the special meeting is a great idea. I'm happy to set it all up as long as there is a majority of people who are available. All right, sounds like it's good. Yes? Teresa, are you good for that date?
Right.
Looks good. Okay. Jen, is that okay for you? Mrs. Rinaldi?
Yeah, 7:30, yeah.
7:30?
Travel forward. Yeah, that should be fine.
7:30. Mr. Krasnoff, everyone, Carol? Yep. Good? Okay, all right, thank you. That's great. All right. We can find the agenda. Yeah.
Maintenance.
Oh. Thank you. All right, thank you for all that, Mr. Papa George. Summer maintenance projects. Oh, sorry. Someone can make a motion. We have 1, 2 minutes, not very much. I'd say maybe 11:30. Yeah. We're heading down to 11. Does anybody want to make a motion to extend?
11:30. I make a motion to extend the meeting till 11:30.
Anyone second? All second? Oh, Mrs. Guernsey? All in favor? Mr. Krasnoff, Mrs. Flynn, Guernsey, and Mrs. Jacobson, Mr. Asa, and Mr. Peterson. Opposed? Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, Mrs. Rinaldi, Mr. Lee is not in the room. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Summer maintenance.
I know it's getting late, so if you want to big question.
Sure. Everything went well. Everything was on time, on track, on budget. Yes?
Some setbacks, but we are moving along.
What were some of your setbacks?
The lighting project at Ludlow, the auditorium, it's not started yet, but it'll start. The contractor and principal discuss the timing, and there's final schedule that meets what the school needs to get this done as well.
Did it not start because of equipment?
It didn't start because of the contractor schedule arriving and the unavailability of atoms during the project. A lot going on at the building. They chose to put it off, met with the principal, and he agreed that it's okay. Around there.
Okay. Anyone have a question?
Yeah, when do you anticipate then that and you anticipate that it would be completed?
They're saying by the holidays, it should be done mid-November.
The kitchen at Walter Fitzgerald is still in progress, completion for this summer. Any update on that? Sorry.
We failed our inspection on Monday from the fire marshal's office. We are only because the stove is not in place yet. We're going to read the stove. Once it's in place, then we'll be able to re-inspect.
Everything else is,
And make it green and look.
everything's done,
It's good to hear.
The health department was out, building department was out.
Is that on budget? Is that kitchen on budget?
78, yeah.
From the original amount that we provided?
Yes.
Okay.
One stove is not delivered. That's nothing to do with us. It was, the supplier was told by, Whitson's that there was no rush. And they took it as no rush.
That was my point. I was gonna ask, why isn't the stove in?
One of the stoves.
Who is Whitson's?
We addressed it, we addressed
These people are.
Sorry, Mrs. Maxon Canali.
One quick question. I thought that the stage floor at Ludlow presented a safety issue. I thought that's why, because that wasn't part of the original. It got moved up, didn't get done.
Didn't get done, but it is getting done.
So the issue was we passed the money transfer
Right,
late June,
right.
the 25th or so.
Yep.
And we went to the state contract to get the work done. And because of a technicality of plywood wood floor, finished plywood is not the same as a hardwood floor. So because of that, we had to go out to bid, which means we wouldn't have met the July 1 deadline. So, and then we had an emergency with Chiller at McKinley. So we shifted the money there. And then now we're getting the work done properly with, and because of the lighting project delay, Greg said it'll all coincide nice. So we're gonna get the floor done. Once he's done with his class, we're gonna start the work, all the class meetings in the first week or two of school and get the floor done.
So silly question, where's that money coming from?
Operating budget of this year.
Well, you know that from,
We're still fine tuning where it's coming from.
we're gonna assume that no snow. We're gonna take that out of take it out of that line.
Farmer's Almanac saying a lot of snow.
I want to follow up on this, Jen. The document that is before it says that the funding was not available. We paid for the stage.
No, that was my type. I was copying and pasting a lot and I put that in a.
So the funding was available, you just spent it on something that else,
On the.
other than what we appropriated it for.
It said reallocate, not funding out of it.
I just wanted to kind of have someone clarify that, I mean, our fall play at Ludlow High School auditions are this week. So, yeah, so I'm just like trying to understand that we're planning these projects for the summer. Actually, this is going back years now, was because it was deemed impossible to do the school year without it being a disruption. So I'm just questioning now why this can be done. I'm concerned about preserving our programs.
We're gonna get it done. This was not a project that couldn't get done now. It got damaged, obviously, during the spring because of the water issue. Singing in the rain, I think it was. So,
Seriously?
yeah,
Damaged?
The play damaged it?
Really?
They had water.
they had water.
Yeah, it was bold,
So
rain.
we're gonna get it done
Butter love.
ASAP.
It was like her favorite thing ever.
Is that the kind of project that can get done like over Thanksgiving break or over?
Get it done soon. It's
Well, the
not,
production.
No, but I'm saying in the interest of what, to Mrs. Guernsey's point, and I haven't been in the high school world yet, but I know how once a play gets going, it's kind of, and then we roll right into
Look at the veterans.
the holiday and veterans, so
I mean,
I
there's.
just want to make sure if we could, I don't know. I'm just asking if that's possible.
That's why we are working with the head principal on schedule. As Sonny said, there's a lot of meetings, 2 weeks of school.
Yeah.
So you're working the schedule.
Bottom line, Pride and Prejudice will be on a new stage in October. Yes? All right. Anyone else on maintenance? Okay. Thank you. A lot of work was done, as always, during the summer. Yeah. While we have time to do, so thank you, and thank you to the team for all that was. All right, first reading of policy 3542.22, food services personnel code of conduct, Mrs. Maxon Canelli.
So this is a brand new policy, which is why it is entirely in red. Was a result of the audit as a policy for us to add. So any questions, happy to take them now or at some point in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, just kind of a broad question. Obviously, the title is food service personnel, but it seems that some of this policy talks about district employees. And number one, no district employee talks about bidding and conflicts of interest. It's not really a food service personnel issue. I just wonder whether this should be two separate policies. Because 2 through 5 are much clearer, kind of kitchen food service related.
So you're talking about just specifically with number 1?
Well, that's the one that jumped out at me because it's talking about bidding process rather than kind of day-to-day conduct. And it could be, and it appeals, applies to other administration personnel other than food service. If the CFO has a conflict of interest, she's not a food service person.
Correct. But I guess it's, if you want to, sure.
I mean, I have no objection with any
No,
of it.
I get what you're, no, I get what you're saying.
I think to be clear, like maybe it could have read in the title.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to accuse you of it.
No, it's okay. I won't be held accountable. If it were to read, some districts do have internal food service personnel and a lot of districts we happen to contract out. I think it means personnel involved in food services. So perhaps if we could amend the title, it would be
A
appropriate.
definition might help there, yeah.
Because we do have oversight and fiduciary responsibilities related to food service. Such as
Sure. And again, I understand the purpose for everything here, but it struck me that those things two things didn't really go together.
So is what Ms. Laborious described of a change of the title, do you think that would clarify the rest of the language?
The title or a definition of who the policy applies to. It's just, again, number 1 talks about no district employee. That's everybody, whether they're food or not.
Thank you.
Okay. Approval of minutes, recommend motion that the board of following meeting minutes, June 11th, 2024 regular meeting minutes, June 24th, 2024 special meeting minutes, June 25th, 2021 special meeting minutes, June 25th, 2024 regular meeting minutes, and the July 11th, 2024 special meeting minute. Can I get Mr. Peterson, second, Mrs. Flynn, discussion, all in favor? All in favor? All right, couldn't see you through mic, sorry. Motion passes unanimously, thank you. Superintendent, school opening. Superintendent report.
We had a great first day of school. It was great to see all the kids coming in, smiling, most of them smiling. Parents ecstatic. Love seeing the parent with the cameras out, making the video. To all the parents who let their kids ride the bus, but then ran to the school to take pictures as they exited the bus. I give them a lot of credit. It was a special moment. I know they'll never forget. I just want to thank all the staff who really worked hard, especially the custodial staff at the 3 school buildings that we had the AC projects. Looking at the buildings 48 hours ago compared to today, to start, they did an amazing job getting those schools spotless. And then to all the teachers and PTA folks who put together all kinds of welcoming displays and everything for the kids. I think that was amazing. Osborne Hill has beautiful balloons in the front and welcome back otters, front lawn. So it was really a cool day. So day 2 tomorrow. Just an FYI, all our kindergarten teachers participated in professional development with a focus on play-based learning. So all our kindergarten classes will implement play-based learning this year. This is a great way for students to provide them with opportunities, problem solve, build independence, cooperate, co-construct with peers, socialize. And as you're probably all well aware, the play-based learning is a great opportunity, especially in today's day and age of technology, to really get kids to learn how to interact with each other and practice those social skills at an early age. So we're excited to see the benefits of that. I'm sure you all saw the email, but just want to really recognize publicly this summer, our Faison Sial won the National Civics B Connecticut State Finals. The annual competition aims at improving civics education, and literacy amongst middle school students and communities. And he will compete in the National B in November. So congratulations. We wish him nothing but the best. And hopefully we'll be announcing his championship when he returns. Just a message from the town of Fairfield and our police department. There's new speed zone limits of 20 miles an hour around our schools and roadways during the school days. Please, everyone, has contacts with families and social media outlets. We really want to just remind everybody that school's back in session and to be mindful of all our students traveling to school, whether it's by bike, walking, or by school bus. You know, today was pretty crazy traveling around the town. Saw a lot of people that are just not paying attention. I personally saw someone blow through a stop sign on Fairfield Woods Road. So just a reminder to everybody, just whether you have children or not, just be mindful of children on their way to school and those 20-mile-an-hour speed zones, and they will be enforcing. Just want to say we were up until yesterday fully staffed. We had a retirement. A teacher is going to stay on until we can find a replacement. And today we put in a rec for hire for our last school psych opening. So we're fully staffed with our support staff in school psychology, speech language pathology, social workers. All our teachers have been hired. We filled our last vacancy late last week, and we're waiting for contract to be signed for a physics teacher at Fairfield Ludlow. So we are really excited that we have a total of 59 new certified staff. We had 21 retirements. We hired 4 new admins. We hired 31 non-certified staff. So we are very well on our way to start the school year in a really good place. Convocation I thought was awesome. Thank you looked like you had a great time as well.
Great.
Feedback from our staff. I'm sure Mick's going to address this when he comes up during public comment, but I've received a lot of positive feedback from teachers that have been in the district many, many years, that it was the best convocation they've ever attended. We thank Mr. Stephen Kellogg for his presentation. It was really a really cool event. So yeah, a lot of fun and set the tone for the school year. And any questions, happy to answer. Okay.
Did anybody have any questions on K-5 enrollment?
Oh, that too. So we do have, we had to open up a new section at Jennings in 3rd grade. That wasn't budgeted for. We had new families move into kindergarten at Riverfield. So we have an extra kindergarten class at Riverfield. And we had to reduce 1 kindergarten class at Stratfield. So overall, we had an increase of 1 section in elementary school this year. We're making adjustments as necessary for the specialists. So that being said, I think we're off to a great start.
Thank you. All right, anyone have any questions? No? All right, I don't have much of these, but committee liaison reports?
Fun.
Okay.
Fairfield Cares over the summer welcomed their new coordinator, Mike Tingley. He is continuing to reach out to stakeholders, so I would encourage everyone, if you get an email, to respond. He spent a lot of time this summer meeting people everywhere all over town. And Fairfield Cares Coalition, their next meeting is on September 18th. PTA Council has not released their schedule yet. Like everyone knows, PTA does a lot kind of very quickly and then settles in. So I will get that schedule, but I want to extend thanks to all of our PTAs that hosted coffees and balloons and chalk the walks and all the things that kind of made today extra special for all of our learners. So much thanks to our PTA and our volunteers.
Just to let everybody know about policy, that's something that will be coming up. Our chair is organizing where this is going to fall on the September agendas. But I want to thank my fellow policy members. We met July 2nd to do how many policies? 60 or thereabout. How many? 80, you know, what 60, 80. And so that I just wanted to give you a heads up that the first bundle that will be coming to you will be ones for which there were no change but they were issued in 2004, so we just need a readoption. And then certain ones for deletion. The intent, certainly with the first bundle, is to do them as a one and done. However, that would be up to the board to give Ms. Jacobson the feedback of, if you really need more time, because you're reading them all carefully, I'm not judging that one way or the other. Just wanted to give you all the heads up that the intent is to just, again, it's a readoption, no change. Anything with changes, we'll do the usual way of first read and then a vote to approve. But just wanted to give you a heads up that that is coming your way. And class size, we should be finalizing next Tuesday. So that should be on, again, the chair is making the agenda, but that will be coming up in September.
Thank you. Any open board comment? All right, public comment?
Very, very brief. With the Kitchen Association. I just wanted to echo Mr. Testani's comments. The convocation was very refreshing and nice, a change of pace, and very much appreciated. I'd also like to echo thanks for the PTA for our opening day niceties and decorations and everything. It's great to be back. We're looking forward to a wonderful year. And also want to say, I understand, we recognize the work that goes into by this body and by staff with the facilities. It's complicated, it's difficult, but very much appreciated. The buildings are old, the AC is cranky or non-existent in some places, but knowing that you're working on it, and also like the turf fields and facilities, knowing that change is coming is heartwarming and very positive. So thank you. We appreciate that. We appreciate your ongoing support. Let's have a great year. Thanks.
All right, with that, I will take a motion to adjourn. Mr. Lee, seconded by Mrs. Rinaldi. All in favor? Motion passes. Katie, vote. We are adjourned. Thank you. Good night, everyone. Thank you, everyone.